Hi everyone, we're just here now. Anyway, I'm Redbow, and this is my friend Rye, who's not in her usual form, but this is literally
Hey,
the
hold
only
on.
PNG tuber she had.
Oh
Anyway,
my
so
god.
I'm here. I decided to be Snake just so I could show everyone who your new favorite character is gonna be. Nissa. This is just her normal shape.
Hello?
This is how Nissa is shaped. Nissa, the Yuan Ti Snake Lady. She's just shaped like this.
Hello?
Like
What the
specifically,
fuck?
well, she's more muscular. The chest is the same at the very least. I wanted to, show the chest size.
No. That's wrong.
That's very accurate. So then who are you going to believe? Raya, who totally doesn't want to admit it? Or, me, who's completely truthful?
I'm gonna absolutely destroy you, I swear to god.
What do you mean? Why would you destroy me?
Also, the thing that I was doing is eating bouillon.
Why? Stop eating it directly!
It's tasty.
Oh my
Fuck you. It's also
It's
better than nothing.
concentrated!
Yeah, I know. It's also
Last
better than
time you
nothing.
said you felt sick after. The frick!
I did not. And yes, Lemon, I know we do. I know we have Artifica. She doesn't have giant boobs, okay?
She does. She does.
No, she does not!
She does have giant boobs. I mean, you've been talking about how you just really want to increase her constitution.
I do. I want to increase her con score.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, all right, everyone, what's the way we can increase Nissa's con score? What do you think?
No, that's not. I just pull up the Artifica, or the few arts. I mean, you have one, right?
I'm currently actually downloading all the things in order that.
In order.
In order. You'll have to give me some cues of what pictures to do, because a lot of these, because I wasn't there for them, I don't recognize.
Okay. Gotcha.
But anyway, so this size, like whatever you see of Nissa, that was her old size. She's grown since then. Just so everyone knows. I'll put up a picture of Nissa once I get to her.
Yeah.
I'll skip to her since you want to show people how she used to be so flat so badly. All right, let's go. Let's see. Image.
True. Oh, don't worry. We'll get to that, Lemon. We'll get to that. I love the whole thing that that Bo's done by making
Yeah.
by making Questal, which is the name of her character, Questal being like canonically the Dragons of Mel. Oh.
Okay, also, well, listen, my character isn't a BBW. She has a bit of a tummy, but Yumi, in all of her restraint, refuses to let me go further than that. Also, thank you for the Prime sub, Aim. Yeah, so this, I may as well, let's focus on our cast then.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you would, Lemon.
I mean, you have all the images, right?
I'm still downloading them, but why don't you talk about Nissa first, while I download the other player? I have Celeste, I gotta find everyone else.
Okay. You should probably like have both of Melchior's up on the screen, just to, like, the before and after and stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So.
Also, real fast, we gotta remind Yumi that Melchior needs like that token cleaned up a little bit. It's still sketched out because it wasn't supposed to be permanent.
That's true. I've been thinking about that, like every single time. It's like, oh, you still have some vanity tokens. Like, maybe you should clean that up. But I never really really talk about it. No, okay. So it's not a love reaction, Shoddy. Admittedly, it is a little bit simplified than what it's supposed to be. Oh my god, hi Web.
Hi.
I was not expecting to see Web here. Hi, Web.
we were specific. So that's why the players, we were just specifically talking, Web, about how Melchior needs like a picture update because the token we're using is still like roughly sketched.
And also has the band-aids and stuff.
Exactly. And so I'm currently, Raya buys me time. I'm trying to download everything in the background of all the pictures we need.
But no, Raz. So the gun that Nissa has is her signature rifle. So basically, just as a general thing, in our campaign, Yumi has given each of our characters a like unique signature magic item, and that magic item can be like a variety of things. It can be an actual item, or it can be more of like a like a lifestyle thing or part of a body, right? In Prestal's case, but Nissa's thing is her rifle. It used to be called the X1, like X-1, but in recent weeks, I've actually renamed it at this point officially to the Vigilant Fang.
Also, for people listening, do let us know, depending on how things are, about how the music is. Why does Kafka has two versions? When did Kafka change scarf colors? The heck?
Oh, that was after Ericus.
Alright, I just noticed that.
Yeah, so start off with blue.
I start with blue. Alright, regardless, yeah, talk about Nissa's history. We'll get back into like the things that actually happened, but we may as well start with the main players.
Sure, we can do that. So, I guess since this is on screen, so Nissa is like a Yuan-Ti, right? All the snakes and stuff like that are the Yuan-Ti race from 5e. And remember, our system that we're playing with is 5e, so just bear that in mind. We basically are playing a Spelljammer campaign, so if anyone is familiar with Spelljammer, you'll know. But if you're not, the whole Spelljammer thing is basically like it ties in some like fantasy-esque sci-fi elements into the 5e world, into the 5e setting, by basically introducing space travel and stuff like that, or the equivalent of space travel, using magical ships, usually sailing ships, infused with magic of some sort. Yumi has made a couple of various like edits to the whole Spelljammer stuff, specifically for her system. So we'll get to that in a bit, but that's basically the main thing. So Nissa, oh yeah, Webb, you're pretty right there. But so Nissa is the technical captain of our Spelljammer. She is the character that I play, and she is. I basically tried to make her be something like the peak embodiment of physical health. She's meant to have high strength, high dexterity, and high constitution, being a fighter mainly with one level of barbarian for the unarmored defense and stuff like that. But basically, like, her mental stats are middling, but she's a fucking behemoth physically. And, you know, I try to play that up quite a bit. She has a very imposing figure, and with her con score going higher and higher, because, you know, I want her to have 20 con, 22 if I can push it with the manual bodily health, so that she can be like a proper tank, because she's already a tank. She already has the highest health out of the party by a long shot. But I want her to be, you know, like really damn like sturdy. That being said, from the very beginning, I meant to have her have basically very high dexterity. Initially, she was actually built to be kind of like a ranged fighter. She was meant to have the rifle and kind of stay in the backline. So it turns out it's not really an option if most of your party's gonna be pretty squishy. Melchior, being the artificer, actually ended up being the second tankiest person, but still moderately squishy, if at the very least having high AC, but low dexterity and, you know, kind of like middle of the road health. Then we, of course, we used to have a rogue, but we also have a wizard. So like, you know.
And then we have a sorcerer, which is Castell, but that came later.
Mm. Okay, fair enough. Oh my god, hi Mika!
Hi.
So hi, Mika is the wizard. We'll get to that soon too. Anyway.
Also, like, if either Web or Mika want to join us to help with the recap, feel free. It doesn't have to be just us. If you would, we wouldn't mind you explaining yourselves.
Yes, exactly. Also, you know, if you have the time, that would be nice.
You know, just everyone to help with the recap.
Actually, you know, maybe we should just like instead of going in DMs, we could just hop into the D&D server.
Yeah, let's hop into the D&D server. I'll move there.
Oh my god. Okay.
There. Oh my god, Web.
Anyway. Oh, hi, Web. But yes. Anyway, just again because this is on screen. She is meant to be kind of like a hulking behemoth. As her con score has increased, actually, so too has her physical size. So she is now a large size creature. Shut up. Shut up.
Good lord. The delay between the stream and your voice here is throwing me for a loop. I gotta mute one.
Yeah, mute the stream. Mute the stream. If you're here,
Mute
you
the
don't
stream.
need to hear the stream.
That's true.
I'll put Melchior's icon available. Let's see. Browser source.
Mm.
Well, it's not
Broke
Melchior's.
my mind.
Just shrink this. There's Web's icon.
Oh, yeah, my little Vigo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that works.
Couldn't have at least
That's
used
what
Melchior's
they
Vigo?
I'm just using what's on Discord because it'll react. Here, I can actually swap it out with because I have control over it.
Hi, Mika.
Hello.
Let's see. Let's do this override real fast. Layers. We use Melchior's current image.
We still gotta scream at Yumi to clean it up.
Yeah,
You know what? This is
Honestly, I
actually
completely forgot.
yeah, this is actually a good reason to. This is a good reason to clean it up.
yeah, because we'll be streaming it, and everyone will be appearance. This is how Melchior is going to appear. Then let me swap out. Let's see, get Mika in.
Oh my
Also-
god,
oh
hi.
My god. Oh my god, hi, Chubby and Hungry. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, you're gonna see people relate to my stuff. Don't worry about it. We're just doing a recap for our D&D stuff. Because we're going to be. Oh my god.
Oh my
Hi. Thank you, Zari Pass, for the raid. Again, we're doing a recap for D&D because we're going to be streaming it. We're gonna season 1 Critical Role it because we're just that good. We have humorous powerhouses as Nissa, not understanding what magic is, and Melchior, not really caring about what other people do, and like. Melchior has so many funny moments where he just kind of throws powerful enemies in a dumpster. And
It's true.
It's so good. Melchior's the best.
Melchior is easily the most like nonchalant person you will ever meet. He has done all these things with just not breaking his stride at all. And that includes his transformation.
It's true. So for the record, Missa and Melchior were not initially Yuan-Ti. They have been transformed into such during the campaign. And we'll get to that. That's part of the story. We'll get to that. Anyway, I think I'm pretty. Actually, no. Hold on. I can talk more about the weapon, the signature weapon of Nissa. Okay. So, going back a little bit to what Raz was saying, the gun that she has, it's a little bit more simplistic than I think was described usually in otherwise
Thank you for the
in
follow.
the
Sorry, Puffin. How do you pronounce that name? Nakrapunt? That's a lot of K's and N's. Well, one N, but a lot of K's. Thank goodness this isn't Wordle, otherwise I would have died.
Oh, thank you. So yes, the rifle is Nissa's signature weapon. Basically, the signature magic items that every character has is meant to be like an evolving weapon that as we level up, it gets stronger with us. So the main thing about a rifle is that she has those levers on the side. You can actually see them a little bit. The levers, she can flip them and change her firing mode into something more like bigger and stronger.
Like a bit more
for example,
I'm buried. Help.
Goodbye. Oh yes, he can flick the lever with a bonus action, and then it charges a shot. And you can do a charge blast, and it does 60-10 damage. It's quite good. It's so good, in fact, that
She
the other
uses
players
nothing
here
else.
are complaining about me only really using that.
I specifically made upgrades for your rifle for these use cases, and you never use them.
I know! Listen!
Yumi herself says, hey, you're gonna encounter a bunch of fleshy enemies. You know, it'd be a great time to use that Venom upgrade.
I'm going to!
Admittedly, the sniper function was back when you still wanted to be backline, and now you're
Yeah.
up front line with me. So
That's
a lot's
true.
changing there. But that's why I'm changing it to a shotgun. So, you know.
I love shotguns. But yes. The other lever, actually, basically, I think it's called the Thunderous Blast, lets her either shoot it in the air for an AoE around her, or shoot it in a cone. Which
She
just has
doesn't
two
know
chains.
because she doesn't use it.
No, I have!
I don't have you. I
No,
swear I
that
don't.
one she's introduced.
Okay, she has. Okay, I don't remember it, so obviously
It
not
actually
enough.
has a no. Listen, it actually has a use case. It was rare because in the past I couldn't use it as a cone, and it was just an AOE, and I didn't want to hit like my friends, so I haven't. But now that it's a cone, it actually has been used, and will be used more. Okay.
This is sad on her face.
But yeah, and then of course
Yeah, help.
everyone has their ultimate, but you know that's a thing in the future. I think we'll get to the ultimates in the future.
I mean, nothing wrong with explaining the ultimates now. I think like what we'll do is we can give a recap of every character and like the things they can do, at least at the current moment, and then we'll go into the story that leads up to who getting what thing. So what is Nyssa's ultimate? Because I don't know. I don't actually know
Okay.
myself.
She flicks both the levers at the same time. It overcharges the absolute fuck out of her magical rifle, and she shoots what is basically a giant beam of destruction out of it. It destroys the environment. It disintegrates people if they have below 60 HP. And it has a lot of backlash because it's like very goddamn powerful.
Yeah, it's basically the old school command, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, important thing to know is that using ultimates isn't just something you can do. Not only is it once a month, but using it hits you with at least 2 levels of exhaustion. The max for like me example, I think Nyssa's is like max is like what 4 levels of exhaustion.
1d4
like-
plus 1, up to
yeah.
5.
Okay, so yeah, typically the max is gonna be 5 levels of exhaustion then, if you roll really bad, which is the worst.
For the record,
Which
6 is
I
death.
have done.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was
Those 4
horrible.
levels of exhaustion.
It was the
sucked.
God, yeah, it was the worst. And using the ultimate means that I think the whole thing just stops working for like 24 hours.
Yeah, for her gun, it stops working for 24 hours.
So again, using your ultimate is a Hail Mary. It can turn the tide of the fight, but it better turn the tide of the fight because if you waste it, you're kind of screwed. Because typically these weapons are very essential to how everyone plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Well, did you mention how she has a prosthetic arm with the blade inside of it?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We don't need to explain
Screws
why
up.
she has it. I'm just saying it's cool. She has a prosthetic arm.
Sure, okay, fine. Her right arm is prosthetic. And there's a blade in it that she can kind of like, kind of pull out. And I mean, there's the other image if you want to pull up the other image.
Yeah. She did lose her arm dipping it into hot sauce. It was a tragedy.
burned it clean of flip off.
We did warn her about the peppers, but she's always been very stubborn. We're
Yeah,
working that out.
yeah, yeah.
It's
This
a work in
is
progress.
yeah. This is a pepper fiend, and unfortunately, it came at a cost. She lost her arm, but gained impossible pepper tolerance.
It's true.
Alright, do I have the other thing actually?
I mean, I can post it to you.
I only have I have Nissa's full body, and I do have the icon of Nissa fresh after transformation. I will give a warning for people for that about that one. It's a bit graphic because again,
It is a bit graphic. Yumi
It is
likes
very
her.
sticky.
Yeah, Yumi likes her dark scenes and very grotesque thing.
Right here. So we'll get this one. Here we go. And here's another one of Nissa with the arm blade out.
This is actually so fun fact. As I was recapping some of the campaign to my friend, he actually basically sponsored this commission from an artist that he likes. He literally he liked it enough. He liked the recap of the campaign enough that this image literally came because he was excited by it. And I was like, this is great. I love this. I'm so happy.
Yeah, just imagine how much fan art Nissa might get after this. I mean, I feel like it's gonna be a lot of Nissa beating people up, and I'm liking it a little bit too much, but I guess we'll see.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm predicting a lot of not safe for workness.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Alright, but
I would see that.
now that's enough of Nissa. Let's go to Melchior. So we'll get to show both pictures of Melchior. Because
my
that's all we
God.
have. I don't think we have any full body of Melchior, unfortunately. So that's before.
I mean, his original picture was literally ripped off of Google's thing. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's as
That makes
basic as you
sense.
could get.
And then here.
Oh my god, Hefty, shut up. I'm gonna bite you.
I feel like it's a bit redundant, but we'll just have them side by side, even though we have a smaller version there. So we'll just have two versions of Melchior.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
True. I mean, to be fair, Melchior did also change magic items, right?
Correct, he did.
So,
Originally, he started out with his magic item being his artificer's armor. So Melchior doesn't have coils. He's actually got legs. He's not a full snake.
Yeah, so real fast to explain, of the tiers of UNT, there's three. There's the lowest tier, quote lowest tier, which looks mainly human with a few snake traits. Melchior's tier, which is just snake but with legs, and then the quote highest tier, typically seen as higher upper class, is those with coils.
They're called Escrata, Sneejon, and Sheeta, I want to say.
Cheetah, yep.
But Melchior's technically an Escrata, which is actually one of the lowest on the rank.
Second, you're second.
Yeah.
You're in the mid.
I am middle class.
True.
Anyway, as I was saying, Melchior actually started off as a regular gnome artificer, but his magical item, quote unquote, his unique item, was a stone set of artificer armor that he created, which I can't even remember anymore, and the fantastic fortification field that he put into it. Originally, this just let him do little boosts of sturdiness and boosts of speed, as well as this falcon punch uppercut that he used to be able to do. But somewhere down the line, he met Zips, which is Yumi's little insert weird fucking merchant here that comes up with relics every now and again.
If
And
Doctor
he
Who was a
sold-
merchant.
Yeah, more or less. And he sold his fortification field and a level 9 spell scroll in order to get upgraded to what is called the Astral Embrace. The Astral Embrace is basically a fucking JoJo stand that is imbued into his now shattered armor, which gives him 4 arms with which he does various things. Mostly he can wield 4 weapons at a single time. Has a fist form and a cloak form. The cloak form gives him healing bursts and extra stealth, fist form for aggression, and a 20-foot reach for all of his weapon stuff, as well as transforming all damage to force damage and letting him use his intelligence modifier. All real good stuff.
It's honestly
Melchior-
so poggers. It's so poggers.
Melchior,
It is a
when he
very good
started
item.
out, was essentially just the mad scientist of a small village. He had himself up, sequestered into a little windmill. He knew Nissa back when she was still called Winona by small connections. And he just kind of got roped into things, pulled along. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to go along with this because maybe I'll actually find somebody that doesn't disgust me because he actually hates the look and the feel of flesh and regular skin. So he's always been kind of scale fanatic. And he would learn more for his artificery. So he joins up with the group. They go off-world. And in the process of their adventure, which I presume Nissa will explain in more detail later, so I'll skip over much of it, he has fallen for a kobold, seen Nissa's transformation, helped her deal with it, contracted the scale plague, turned himself into Yuan Ti as a result by the same scientist that transformed Nissa's work, gave him essentially like a shot that would act as both as a vaccine from going absolutely mentally insane from the scale plague and lock him into the Yuan Ti form, which he took right there on the spot. He has developed a super weapon on multiple occasions. He has developed the orbital drop pods and a whole host of other wild shit, including going back to their home planet and starting the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
We typically just go to Melchior and be like, hey, I have a thing I want made. Can you do it? And Melchior usually
Yeah,
just
more or
says
less.
yes. Our favorite
He's
weapon.
here for all the wild shit that everybody else comes up with.
And to quickly, so one of my favorite inventions of Melchior's is the Magnum. What is the Magnum, you may ask? Well, you know the Dragon Balls, right? The pillars are basically the Dragon Balls, where if you gather them all, you make a wish, but we'll explain that later. The important thing is that the Magnum is made to take these pillars / Dragon Balls and use them to power up a railgun. Which, according to the DM, if we had all 10 of them, just using their idle power to have the thing, we could just shoot it and destroy a small planet. And apparently it's exponential. So currently, with the 5 we have, it can, at the very least, destroy, any ship we find, no matter how big.
I think it was said that we could destroy like big asteroids or even small moons.
Yeah, yeah.
Already?
I think it was big asteroids.
Big asteroids, okay.
Yeah, it's insanely powerful. So in a
Yeah,
very
Vic, you're about right. Yeah.
Yeah, a very frequent joke is that the Magnum's just going to be you know that meme about that anti-air system aiming at the civilian airliner? It's basically that. We just joke that all the time, where the Magnum's always pointed at something innocent.
It was up until recently that it was loaded at all times, and then Melchior got yelled at because he's leaving the wish machine just fully loaded into an easily accessible gun.
Yeah, again,
Yeah, I
it's
Yeah.
it's a weapon.
Safety.
It's a weapon of mass destruction that literally anyone with it being powered could go in and just fight. Because again, these things give off energy that's pretty easily detectable, especially because we usually keep them in a box that hides the energy, and Melchior just kind of keeps the gun loaded, so it's radiating power.
Look, we find so many world-ending threats at a moment's notice. It's gotta be ready to shoot. I can't take the time to load it.
Well, that's why we keep the box near the gun, just in case, but not, hidden, just so that it takes a little bit more time. It's like that safety switch. It's like flipping the red cap off the switch.
Those were always extraneous.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
That's such a Melchior answer.
So, trying to think.
It is.
Yeah, so what other things we want to say about Melchior? And the last thing we can explain before we move on to Celeste's explanation is Melchior's ultimate, I think.
Yes. Melchior's ult, again, is a JoJo stand. It's a series of punches that will literally destroy the soul if they've been resurrected at least once. If not, then it just reduces them to atoms. So you would need a true resurrection to bring them back afterwards.
Oh, hi, Yumi.
Hello, Yumi.
Hi, Yumi.
You should join us in calls. So
No.
that...
Oh my god, hi Yumi.
Yeah, we got the entire group together. Let's do another
We
session.
actually
Let's go.
do. Yeah. Impromptu
Yeah.
session, let's go.
Impromptu session. Let's go. No recap. But yeah. So I'll move on to Celeste. But yeah, definitely feel free to just sit here and listen if you want to, Yumi. Otherwise, I will start saying things wildly incorrect and wait until someone corrects me. And as the DM, I feel like you should be the one who's
I'm
you know.
going to annihilate you, I swear to god.
the
I
frick.
think
What did I
Nelson is
do?
also one of the two that can die from the exhaustion he gets. Let me double check.
Can't everyone get through? Cause yeah. How much does your ultimate give? Cause so for mine only goes up to 5 at most. So to be fair, with some of the things we're fighting, that's already risky because some of the things we fight give us exhaustion anyway.
Isn't 5 the point where you die anyway?
No, it's
Or is
6.
that
5 is
6 is
5.
death.
Yeah, 5 you just pass out. 5 you just immediately pass out. Until you like.
No, that's
lower
not
that
true.
exhaustion. Really? I thought you passed out.
5 is your speed gets reduced to 0.
5 is your speed. I thought.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your speed gets halved, and then disadvantage on all saves.
Here, we'll do
Then
that.
You basically
Can't
get
move.
disadvantage on everything. You can't move, and your health is maxed, or your health is halved as well.
Ah,
yeah,
that's
60.
really big. Again. This Yingling picture
Holy
is
shit, that is
extremely-
big.
It's a huge picture, goodness.
Blame Yumi.
True. Thank you.
Lord, it's made by Walter Sash.
Alright, so here's Celeste, if you want to take on the honors of, explaining your own dang character, Mika.
Yes. Celeste is a blade singer wizard who is kind of a weird person. He's a wizard, yet he's dyslexic. And I kind of love those contradictions he has. Oh god, where do I start with all this? Okay. He basically started out as this wandering storyteller and performer. Yes, spaghetti wizard. I'll get there. He, just made his way town to town, met up with people, learned stories. That's how he does magic, through the words of the stories. And his parents are moderately wealthy traders. They also do the same thing, just not without the stories. What next? God, my memory is so terrible.
He's a bard without the bard.
Yes, I'm a bard without the bard.
Yeah. And with Celeste, didn't you say Celeste casts magic specifically by recalling stories?
Yes. So, like, all of his, the best example I had was anytime he casts Dragon Breath, for example, he reads the excerpt from a story about Dragon's Fire, like burning down a village or something.
Yes. Celeste spells work like how incantations in Dark Souls work.
But that's purely just flavor.
Oh yeah, obviously it's just flavor, but still, it's interesting to know. Also, Celeste has been to Yinglet.
Yes. So when we I think first left the planet, yeah, we ran into Zips, I believe. God, was that Zips? It might have been.
From what I heard, apparently you got some artifact from Zips. It was just Zatzing, that TF.
Yes, it was Zatzing. That's all it was. He was messing with it because at the time I was just kind of like unsure with Wizard. He's been my very first Wizard I ever played. Okay, I thought it was Zips. So I kind of changed him around a lot, even changed a couple characters, but Celeste is back, and I'm actually really happy with him now. Let's see.
Could also
So,
talk.
yes.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
His major thing right now is the Izanagi plotline plus
Yes.
his gauntlet,
Yeah,
which is his magic item.
Yeah, I also changed. It started out as his, just his instrument and sword, but it was really difficult to make abilities for. That, made sense. So it just didn't really work out, and then I did something else. What did I get? Doesn't have it here. Oh, no. That's right. That was Casper that had it. But then, yeah, I got the Frost Grasp, which is a freezing cold gauntlet that lowers his body temperature as well, and grants him many fun powers. It came from a ancient civilization where it was kind of their officer sword kind of thing, but just pure magic. And the officer variant, which is what I have, comes in a set of 4. However, someone has decided to really hate me for having it, so I'm gonna have to kill them.
Yeah, but
for it.
we'll get that later. To roughly explain, so specifically comes from Izanaki, which are do the Izanaki have legs or do they have coils like
They have legs, I
Pretty
believe.
sure they have legs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Legs, 4 arms, 4 eyes, 2 mouths.
Yeah. They have
when they're
funny
not,
instruments.
when they're not putting themselves in the constructs at the very least.
True, yeah.
Yes.
They built everything out of stone, very long lasting, very ancient, but no one really knows a lot about them. But we'll get again to that. Yeah, we'll get to that later. But specifically, with the gauntlet, to use the extra gauntlets and to use all the gauntlets we find, Celeste needs to become an Izanaki, and that's a whole plot line.
Yes, because the gauntlet's magic is so powerful, it basically vaporize him if you tried to put both on.
And so he actually wants to turn himself into an Izanaki so that he can wield the gauntlets.
Yes.
It's kind of metal.
And the Izanaki, as far as we can tell, are typically immortal, which would help a storyteller like Celeste see history and write it down.
I don't think that's
Exactly.
true. Technically, they live for thousands of years, but they're not
Yeah.
immortal.
Well, true, close enough to it, though, right? At the very
Right.
least, like living through the ages.
It would easily, triple Celeste's lifetime.
Melchior could also make him immortal.
True. Yeah. So we'll talk about this later, but at the moment, there's plans to make everyone in the party basically ageless, or at the very least immortal. We all have various methods for it. It's very silly.
Originally, the whole Izanaki plotline was also going to be a thing between me, Celeste, and Starlight, who is now gone. So a lot of that's still up in the air.
True. Yeah.
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
get the Starlight next because I feel like everyone should explain kinds of things. But regardless, yeah. Celeste can't take the
I
gauntlet
can't
off.
remove it. If I do, it grows glass crystals that dig deeper and deeper into his hand.
I thought that you could pry it off, but the hand underneath is extremely frostbitten, so you just
Oh
keep
yeah, it
on.
is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically grafted onto the actual flesh at this point.
Yep.
The only way to
Um,
remove it is if he gets his arm cut off, someone pulls it off, which would just probably fuck up his arm really, really bad.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
we don't want. Celeste has already lost a
Or
leg that we have to
die.
replace. Yeah.
There's been a thing I've been meaning to mention with that, but I haven't found the time.
Hmm.
And what's that?
Basically, Celeste has PTSD from that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He
that.
shouldn't have survived disintegrate.
It's true. He shouldn't have. We'll get to that though.
We'll
get
get. So before we move on, would you like to explain your ultimate?
Yes. It. That's a good way to put it.
I mean, we literally just used it, so it should be easy to explain.
Yeah. What it does is it pulls all of the temperature, or lowers the temperature around him in a 30-foot radius. As low as will go, everything needs to make a con save, or take a ton of damage and get rooted in place. They take even more damage the longer they get stuck there. And if they are... if the enemies are... Yes, it is absolutely
Yeah, absolutely,
zero.
sir. Yeah, and if people take enough cold
If
damage,
they're-
they freeze completely solid, right?
Yes, if they have... if they basically take 60 max HP damage, or are under that, they just flash freeze into statues.
Ooh.
Yeah, you would say that, right? There was one person who
And
managed to
then-
do that and shattered into bits, but they're still alive. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, they got back up. They hate
got-
me.
Yeah, they got back
I
up,
have
but
their
we'll get to
gauntlet.
that. Yeah, we'll get to
Well,
that.
yeah, we'll get
Yeah.
to that. Smile.
I have plenty of reason to hate the entire party at this point.
I
Oh,
feel like
yeah.
I feel like it's not specific. Like it's more annoyance towards Celeste, but not exactly hatred towards Celeste specifically as much as hating the whole party. Probably hates Milkira more actually at this point. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Smile.
So here next, we'll move on to Starlight, which
Yeah.
obviously the player isn't here because they had to leave.
Drama.
And leave it at that.
Yeah.
But it's still important because the character has made an impact on the story, and I would be remiss to
true.
just ignore them because they are part of the middle party. So here's the two things we do have. So I have no actual way to say this, so I'll have to leave this all up to you to explain Starlight's character for the duration that she was around.
So Starlight was a rogue. She was an Owlin rogue, who's basically her whole backstory is that she was she basically had like a mechanical glider that would allow her to propel herself through the air for like extended periods of time so that she doesn't get like exhausted flying. Yes, the arc sail as it's called. And her whole thing was that she was a courier and she worshipped the god of travel on our home planet. And the god of travel's name is Inoka in this case. She was actually like her introduction to the story was basically that she like delivered a package to one of our characters and
It was
Like,
the
stuck around or
one to
something.
you.
yes,
yeah,
I
it
know.
was the X1s.
I'm aware. Thank you.
So explain it.
Just gonna destroy you. All right. So like, basically, she was a part of a crew. She actually ended up being the most gremlin out of us, and ended up causing a lot of fucking problems for us, which sometimes was funny, sometimes was a bit much.
We've already told everyone that people turned into snakes.
Yeah.
Also, I don't have
You
the
didn't-
Owlin art. You didn't send the
Well,
Owlin
you-
art.
You didn't actually send the owl.
Yeah,
I don't
that
have
was
any-
Oh,
Sorry, go on.
no, I was just joining in on the dog pile on Yumi.
Yeah, that's fully Yumi. Everyone in
That's
chat, bully
fully
Yumi, please. She deserves
True,
it.
true.
Yeah, I'll post
True.
the Owlin art once Yumi actually freaking sends it, but continue.
Yeah, Yumi. Gosh,
The mask art is technically Alan Art. She's just wearing a mask.
it's true. It's true. Anyway, yeah. So her signature item was that mask that you see in that image there on the left. It was basically well, was it the mask or was it the no? It was the coat.
It was
right?
the mask and the coat. The coat is technically fused with the mask. She summoned
is
it
it?
from her.
Oh, okay. Basically, she found a coat, a weird coat, with a whole bunch of different, with a bunch of weird pockets and stuff like that. Like basically, you know, bags of like small bags of holding in the pockets, as well as a unique pocket that lets her pull out an item, just any item at any time that effectively like would be pertinent to any situation at the time.
It's actually
If
come
you
quite in
want-
handy.
It has.
If you all know what a robe of useful items is, it was essentially that cranked up to 11.
Yeah.
Here's the Owlin art.
There you go. That's Starlight.
Bird.
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 So her whole thing was that she had that coat, which was called the Godslayer coat, I wonder why it was called that.
So thank you for the
Anyway.
follow, Matsu. Appreciate it. Continue.
So, yeah, she was a courier. She stuck around. She did lots of stealthy things. She also had a significant other who was one of the NPCs that stuck around with us on their ship for a long time, named Ashlyn, who was who was a bigger Owlin, stronger Owlin. She was a blacksmith. They had lots of passionate hugging in their room. The screeching was very loud.
Really? I don't. God, I'm kind of glad I
That-
wasn't
that
here
was-
for that. That was that like
There
a
was a
thing
lot.
that actually came up.
Yes.
it was. On
Several
multiple
times.
occasions.
True, yeah. Until my character came around, Questal, she was the only good line character in the party.
By which we mean Ashlyn, not
Ashlyn,
Yes,
not Starlight. Starlight is the farthest thing from it.
I am surprised there was
Starlight
not a evil.
insisted they were neutral.
change.
They were not.
Mm.
We'll get to their exploits as the story goes on. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But yeah, so like, in a long story short, she had like this whole thing where she had to basically fulfill her purpose with the coat. She met a friend who also had another coat, which is an NPC that lives with us now, or like with us now. Well, some drama ensued, unfortunately, and we did have to remove the player, but we at the very least gave Starlight a relatively good setting off in that she got married to her significant other and would help people escape from like dangerous situations.
The lore reason we gave for Starlight is basically the adventure, because Starlight had been acting increasingly irrational. So the lore reason was that simply the journey had gotten too much, because the thing is, the party has gone through a lot. Just
A lot.
a lot. And there's been very little downtime for them. One time they tried to go back for downtime and they got sucked into another adventure. Same thing happened with the last time with my character too. They don't get a break and it can be frustrating. Alright, Gilmon. Fine. So yeah. But yeah, sorry, please
I think
continue.
that's all.
Yeah. What was her
I think-
ultimate though?
Oh, she never used it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember what it was. I think
I
it
think
had
it was-
something to do with the knives of her coat.
No, I'm pretty sure she
Or
would
it was
be
like
able
a
to.
teleportation thing, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
she was able to basically like teleport. I'm pretty sure teleport.
Yeah, true.
everyone.
Yeah, 'cause she kept bringing it up as a possible thing, but she never did
Yeah.
use it when I was around. But regardless,
Which is fair because she
It was a
had
support.
like that little portal that she had. And
Yeah.
her
And
ultimate
there wasn't a
was insanely
situation where we
dangerous.
needed to basically emergency ourselves out of a situation. So.
yeah, and again, Starlight had tools that came in handy, and she could also lockpick God's asshole and get us out of any situation that way too.
It's true.
Like to the point where Yubi was extremely aggravated at how good at lockpicking. Like we once found a lock that was supposed to be only able to open through a magic like key card, and she lockpicked it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, with like a 35. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. It's funny because you see things like in Baldur's Gate or whatever, where DC 30 is meant to be basically impossible to beat. And, that's
She-
rogue expertise, baby.
Nokia also routinely beats a DC 30.
Yeah,
well,
true.
yeah, because you also have expertise with a variety of things.
And also, Melchior just sometimes can be like, actually, you don't fail. I'm so smart, you get smarter too, and it helps you.
Flash of genius, baby.
We love Clash of Genius.
Flash of Genius has saved our butts so many times.
It's true.
But
That
It's-
and your silvery barbs.
to be fair, yeah, God, Silvery,
That's
yeah,
what
Melchior.
makes
Yeah, Melchior is so smart he helps others. Questel just throws magic sand in people's eyes to make them miss. But speaking of Questel, let me bring my character up.
Smile.
Questel, let's see. Oh yeah, basically. All right, so we got that. Do we have another picture? Yeah, I do. I have her goggles down thing. So here, we have the two images of Questal Nalsik, daughter of Istario Nalsik, who is the only one of the party who is not in fact from their planet. She's the daughter of an artificer, but she's actually a sorcerer herself, and that's not a necklace on her chest. That's actually her heart. When she was younger, she made a bit of a whoopsie, and her father, in a panic, had to take an invention of his and use it to replace her heart. And this influenced her budding magic and has made it all clockwork and order themed. And so she spent a lot of. She's like 34, I think, but Yuan Ti lived for a while, so that's still actually relatively young for Yuan Ti. So.
Old.
Can't believe
Celeste
this.
is 24.
I suppose, yeah, she's kind of like the Marvel Iron Man. Yeah, Tony Stark situation. Yeah, that's their heart. It provides them. Yeah, it provides her power. It's actually very useful, and it's actually connected to a race called the Masu, which are runaway constructs that. And if anyone knows the metal virus from Sonic, it's kind of like that situation. They're very scary, but she is immune for it for some reason. Parentheses, immune. She doesn't know the truth behind it, but we'll get back to that later. We'll get back to that.
It's a common theme.
Yeah, it's a common theme here.
We're already an hour in.
God. Anyway, so she typically spent a lot of her life as a singer. So she goes around singing, tries artificing, exploding things, gets kicked out of Dad's workshop. So she was actually caught by the Masu and was taken prisoner when the crew came by and just so happened to be able to rescue her. After some bits of standoffishness, because the crew at the time didn't exactly like the Yuan Ti in general, despite one of them being turned into one. Questal quickly grew in the crew because she was the second party member that was good aligned. It was a miracle. Her bright and hope got her very well acquainted with the crew. Everyone got very. They realized that she was just a goober, so they appreciated her. It's fine, Yumi. Yeah.
Fucking goober.
So Questal's been through a few things. You see, her eyes originally glowed with the same light as her thing, but Questal did a bit of a risky thing. So she found a magic-eating fire and decided, you know what, I want to take that into me because I think I can use it for good. And nearly killed herself trying to take in this fire. It made her heart explode. It was very dangerous. So she takes in this. So she is.
It didn't make your heart explode. It made your heart melt. To be fair.
Well, it exploded and melted because the glass exploded. Remember from the initial taking it in.
Oh yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. So she took in Arcane Ignition, this magic flame, which We'll get to that later. We'll get to the lore behind it later. But it's a very helpful flame that specifically allows her some really cool abilities. One of them being that she can upcast spell scrolls, which is unique. She can burn the spell scrolls and pour her own magic into the energy to upcast it. And it's very cool. Melt exploded, yeah. So she burns with arcane fire inside of her. So she gets embered sometimes. Her clothes kind of burn. She has to fix them later. And also, Questal is currently turning into a dragon because she went through a whole ritual. One of which, she had to take on an ancient dragon and survive for 30 seconds. And was Questal the only one to survive that, or did, someone else manage?
Correct. Questal was the only one to manage to make it all the way through.
Yeah, I tried. I got nuked.
Yeah, to be fair, Vikara was very... I feel like Vikara went easy on you. She didn't use her lair actions on Questal.
Yeah.
Starlight, ironically, was the one that came closest to actually winning the fight.
Yeah, because, to be fair, Starlight also used very underhanded tactics.
Oh, yeah.
She's a rogue. It kind of goes with the territory.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, but she was, using her trees and stuff like that, and,
she used it. She's also, listen, Mega Man, I'll have you know that this is specifically for the character, and it means nothing.
Tell us more about that.
And there's nothing more to tell. It's just perfectly normal for the character arc.
I mean, you established the stuff underneath their bed.
Listen, that is for the character. Listen, we'll get to that later. I don't know what.
You'll try and bury it as deep as possible.
I'll have you know, Yumi was actually planned from the beginning. You just didn't know it. Anyway, so currently she's becoming a crystal dragon. So she's currently going through changes. One of the funniest that we've been abusing for humor is that she can both use telekinesis and use telepathy. So she's been, and because she's so new at it, she doesn't know how to like not broadcast her thoughts. So she instead focuses on one person, usually Nissa, and usually she spends that time sending mental images to Nissa, which the last time was her boyfriend getting it. The last mental image was her boyfriend getting it on with a big bug man that's on our crew. So she had fun with that. It's great. We love the we love the telepathy. The telepathy is great.
This has been going through intense emotional and mental turmoil because Questal has just been like sending Nissa all of her thoughts, all of them, intrusive or otherwise.
I mean, listen. Questal just wants to know if, because she appreciates Magnum, and she just wants to know if Nissa also appreciates Melchior's Magnum.
Shut up! Shut up! God damn it! Shut up!
Anyway.
I mean, you're still lucky you haven't connected to Celeste. No one knows what goes on in his mind.
If only somebody had made a custom-made reverse Ring of Mind shielding to keep this from happening to you.
Listen, we'll go get that later. So, what? Basically, Melchior made one in an emergency situation. Questal took it off to broadcast an emergency signal to all her friends, or specifically Nissa, and ended up dropping it. But she can go back because we found we can just abuse Questal's teleport. It's very fun. Questal has both plane shift and teleport. She can, as long as she has like the right attuned rods for it, she can get everyone anywhere they want to be. It's great. Ring of Psychic Containment. Yeah, that's fair. This has Anakin's thesis energy. God, I love that joke.
It's so good.
Good line proceeds to mentally torment teammates with the... it's fine because they became sworn sisters, and because of that, Questal has all the permission in the world to psychically torment Nissa.
All the permission in the world?
All the permission in the world.
Excuse
Questal
me?
should totally connect to Celeste.
True.
I mean, I
We'll
suppose...
see what happens.
I suppose we can make that happen at some point. Also, so Anakin's thesis, there's a whole video on it. Someone posted in the Discord. But regardless, back to Questal's actual abilities. So she's a sorcerer. She uses Silvery Barb, and she's typically supposed to be very support. She doesn't actually have like a lot of really good direct damage spells when it comes to spell damage. She has a lot of AoEs because she was supposed to fill in the gaps because the team has a lot of single target, but Questal was supposed to bring in the heavy hitting AoE. She also has a funny gun. Here, let me bring it up. I love this gun. It's really nice. The Gambler. I love the Gambler. It's so good.
Oh god.
I love
no.
the Gambler. The Gambler's the best. So, one of the adventures, they found a breach action pistol with roulette wheels that you can see on the front. And they have, stars that they can land on to indicate that it's loaded. So what she can do is, as a bonus action, spin the wheels as many as she wants and pulls the crit. And as long as she basically crits, the bullet ricochets off literally anything. The more she spins, the more warped the angle is until it can literally shoot downwards at a 90-degree angle. So I very often spin the wheel and it bounces everywhere and does absolutely nothing. But sometimes it hits and it's really fun because it hits for a lot of damage.
Also, it is not basically if you crit, it's only if you crit.
Well, yeah,
because
only...
You have never, not once, spun less than 3 of those reels.
Well, why?
True.
Well, why would
true.
Why would I spend less than 3 when 3 gets the big damage?
And the big money.
And also, Nissa occasionally tackles Questal because of the thoughts. Nissa can tell when Questal's about to pull out the gun to spin it. She wanted it at a shooting range and got bodily thrown out because it ricocheted so much.
Yeah.
Did it in Nissa's gun range.
I did it.
Nissa's old gun range. Her gun range. With the rules that she set, and you broke it.
What do you mean? There's no rules against spinning the wheels on my gun. All I did was I aimed it down range. I didn't aim at anyone. It just so happened to ricochet.
I'm gonna
There was no rule against it.
To
And
be
then
fair to Crystal, she has turned a profit with it, so it's clearly working for her.
yeah, so
Yeah,
fun fact: the
she
gambler
has.
for every wheel I spin, the gambler takes a single gold coin, and if I hit with it for every wheel I spin, I get 20 back. If I get it, so if I do let it hit, I get 60 gold back. So I make money with it.
Yeah.
It's great, which means I get to keep using it.
I mean, granted, it does a ton of damage when it does hit, because it's always gotta be the crit anyway.
Yeah, because for every wheel I spend, if it hits, it does a 10 flat damage bonus. So all three on a crit, because it has to crit with all three, does 60 damage. Guaranteed 60 damage, which is great. But
It is
regardless,
very, very good. But
yeah.
it only has a 10% chance to hit, period.
Listen, that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it the gambler. Let's go gambling.
Oh, God.
We love gambling. To be fair, Quest with Arcane Ignition, anytime Questal casts a fire spell, it's also gambling because there's a 20% chance for something to happen. 10% chance Arcane Ignition will eat the spell and she'll just catch on fire, and 10% chance that it'll upcast a spell by 2 levels. It's great. Anyway,
I mean, that leaves
Crystal
behind
should
an 80%
totally-
chance of normal stuff. So.
yeah, 80% chance of normal thing, but sometimes it won't be normal. And that's great.
Crystal should totally open a casino.
She should be trusted with gambling.
No.
Yeah, we'll learn about it we'll learn about it later. Anyway, so to finish Questal's thing, her ultimate is her heart on her chest. In times of need, she can basically kind of purge it. She'll take a bunch of necrotic damage, a fireball's worth of necrotic damage. But it'll heal everyone all her allies up to 8 in the area of 100 HP. Anything that heals over is converted to temp HP at a 2-to-1 ratio. With a minimum of +1. So if there's only 1 point of HP bonus, then they get 1 point of temp HP. But regardless, it also restores up to 4 points of spell slots. So I think it's 1 level 4 spell slot or 4 level 1 spell slots. It's really interesting.
It's most useful for Nissa, of course.
Yeah, most useful for Nissa. Nissa can make the most of it, as someone who has so many spell slots. It's funny because
She's our magical expert. Every roll, she insists on taking.
It's true.
she insists on doing every possible Arcana roll. It's really fun.
Every single one.
She rolls shocking, despite the fact that she's rolling a dice, so there's an equal chance of any number. She rolls under 10 almost every time, and it's really
It's
funny.
so good. It's so good.
You basically
Just-
failed all of them.
Just last session, she rolled a 1 on the Arcana. From rolling a 2, mind you.
It's great.
She can theoretically roll 0.
I think she has rolled 0 before, actually.
She has. At least
great.
once.
But yeah, so I think that's all. So I suppose we should finally get to the start of the actual main story.
Oh my god, an hour and 14 minutes in. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Buckle up. This is gonna be a 20-hour marathon. Let's fucking go.
What was this about? A quick recap?
It's a quick, it's pretty quick. It's fine. Here.
Okay, so we
you're buried now.
found a ship. We found a ship on our home planet. Then we left. All right. Then Nissa got turned into a Yuan. No, I'm kidding.
We can go at the pace whatever you all think, because at this point I have nothing else to say, because I was never here for. I come in way later, so it's up.
Okay.
Of the 2.5 years, I've been here for only half a year.
It has been a ride, yes.
It has, in fact, been a ride. And honestly, damn it, it's the best D&D of my goddamn life.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yep.
unironically agree. I also
Yeah.
think since Crystal was introduced, it has only gotten better.
I also agree.
I'm really glad that I am a positive influence on the game.
Of course you are. You with Questal and how Questal is acting and stuff like that have well, I mean, obviously you've done a lot for character development and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think your involvement has unironically changed the court, has at the very least begun the change, the massive change of course that our party's been going.
You
I-
definitely change us from being the neutral mercenary kind to a more heroic archetype.
Questel single-handedly changed the group from a revolution. We'll get to that later.
I just wish I'd been informed about that before I start the Civil War.
Yeah.
Listen. It was natural, okay?
But all right. So how did the story start?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that. So it started on our home planet of Sarconia. Nice little place that has kind of like this temperate climate to it, like all over the place. Has a few noticeable features, but that there's a magical psionic fungus that has basically a forest around the place, called the Shroud.
Yeah,
And,
kills you instantly.
Shit, I forgot to mention that I was infected with the Shroud. That's a pretty big part of it.
I mean, we're just kind of used to it at this point.
It's true.
Yeah. Not much, honestly.
Well, either way. So the first introduction of everything was actually with Starlight and my character, who used to be called Winona. Remember, Nissa used to be called Winona, so I'm going to be referring to her as Winona until her change. Got it. So, if you could zoom in to the top left there. Bo, please.
Hang on, just give me a moment.
Faster!
Alright, top left, right? Yeah, crap, I lost it.
Destroy you! I'm gonna destroy you! Come here!
Alright.
The other one! The other left! God
Over here,
damn
I
it!
got it, I got
There
it.
you go.
Alright, so yeah.
Zoomed in on my windmill.
True. We'll get to that later. You could see right there Winona's homestead. That's where my character Winona used to live, and that shooting range is the one that she owned, or at the very least ran. So basically, it was just, Winona was just kind of like, honestly, kind of bored, kind of done with everything, type of person, right? She was like, was in her mid 20s at that point, and she used to do a bit of exploring and loved the prospect of going out and adventuring and exploring and stuff like that. But she didn't really have a way to do that, or at the very least, she didn't have a reason to do that. And so she basically just kind of tried to settle down, found out that it was really boring, and just kind of was done with life. She ran her shooting range, so she was at least able to, maintain her home and her hobby, which was firearms in that instance. That was really about it. She had to basically, she had this massive grudge against basically any sort of drunkard, because in the tavern of the city, a lot of people just would get drunk and then want to go shooting, and she would be like, no, kindly fuck off. And she would just throw people out, sometimes literally. But yeah, so one day she gets a package from the intrepid night courier, a little owlet, which is Starlight. The package has basically a commissioned rifle, a unique magical commissioned rifle that was set up thanks to Melchior and his friend
Quick
Kazak.
question. Didn't Starlight break in to deliver it?
No.
Oh. I swore that she broke in to deliver some mail to someone.
She
did
usually,
on occasion.
yeah, she usually breaks in to deliver her mail. However, in Winona's case, in that instance, she actually did knock on the door and hand deliver it to her. I don't know why. I think it was a respect thing, because I remember Winona and Starlight actually did know each other a little bit.
I think it just changed because I think they got bored of just being polite.
Also, Starlight did, at the time, she was staying at a barn from a place that she had broken into to deliver to.
Yeah, you
so
can actually
she
see
might
at the
have just
top.
started mixing things. You know how memory gets.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But either way, she delivered the package, and she was staying at the barn for another day before moving on and getting and delivering more packages. But oh, okay. Well, and well, before I go there, hello. So Winona, after getting the rifle, moves over to Melchior's windmill. If you want to move the map over there. That's good. Yes, good. So yeah, Melchior's windmill. If you want to explain that, Webb, go right ahead.
So Melchior's windmill was the death trap that he called his home, lined from floor to ceiling with mostly explosive and half-forgotten items. He was in the process of making all manner of things, including Skaven.
It's true.
Yeah, he did that.
Wait, hang on.
In
Yeah,
the
you did do that.
attempt to learn how to transform a species from one to another, something that ironically ends up happening later on down the line.
Yeah.
He had known Nissa or Winona, I suppose in this case, for quite some time, since she was a teenager, and essentially helped her in her day-to-day, provided her with weapons, ammunition, things of that nature. And it was his connection with her that got her the X1 through a friend of his in a neighboring town called Kazak. Kazak is a bug race called the Thri-kreen, and the two of them had worked on many immoral projects in the past, let's go on and say. Her rifle being one of those. So after she gets the X1, she goes up here, and while they're talking, a fireball suddenly falls from the sky and crashes into the mountains just north of their little town. Turned out that fireball was a spelljammer. I forget the name of it. I know it had
Ruby's
Ruby
Lance.
involved in it. Ruby's Lance.
I believe in the middle of that you actually met Celeste.
It's true.
We met you whenever we gathered up in the town center, I believe, after
Yeah,
the spell.
it was. I believe
right.
you and Winona went to the town center just to see what was happening, and Celeste was up, standing in the top of the fountain, looking up at the shooting
Yeah.
stars.
I remember that.
And then we got attacked by bandits, and shit went really.
Well, that
next
was the day after. Yeah. Basically, so just kind of as a general thing, right? We saw what effectively amounted to a meteor shower, and we were like, "Oh wow, that's pretty cool. We like seeing meteor showers." And then
They're quite
we
rare.
noticed, wait, some of those are pretty big. Oh my god, wait, some of those are really big. And then we see them explode pretty far away off in the distance. We're like, "Oh shit, something actually touched down. Maybe we can go get that."
This is a thing that happens later. It's just a lot of things in this arc I'm starting to realize just get repeated when Questal comes along with you.
Okay. But like, and so we basically spent the night preparing an expedition at our various homesteads, right? So basically, Winona asked Melchior, like, "Hey, you want to go on an adventure and go find like that meteorite chunk or whatever it was?" And Melchior was like, "Yeah, sure, fuck it, why not?" And then Starlight also came around, was like, "Hey, you guys doing anything? Because I might want to go check that out." And she was like, "Yeah, sure, join us." And then as we were going, as we were like, saddling up the next day, we saw Celeste as well, and we're like, "Hey, Celeste, you want to join us?" And Celeste was like, "Hell yeah!" And so we all set off to find that landing spot of that meteorite or whatever it was. Turns out, when we get there, we find a metal bird, a crow, a raven,
No.
crow.
No, we found the ship
Raven.
wheel.
We found. Oh, you're right.
It was the ship's wheel that we
Okay.
found.
You're right. Hold on. Okay, back up. So right before we were about to leave. Yes, I know you. Right before we were about to leave, we got attacked. The town got attacked by bandits. Some brazen bandits, because one of the bandits, like the leader of the group or whatever, had a very strange-looking sword. That sword, after we, wrested it from that guy's hands, was the talking homunculus Kafka. A metal bird who can turn into a sword. Good old Kafka. And Kafka was like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And we were like, "What the heck are you?" Because here's the thing, right? Our planet, the pinnacle of all magic was basically the equivalent of casting a fireball. If you could cast fireball, you were an archmage, like the strongest mage possible on this planet.
The max level was 4th.
Yes. Kafka, on the other hand, was very much like, hey guys, what's up with this place? And during the adventure to that meteorite site, we actually took Kafka with us, and Kafka explained to us, I'm a homunculus for a spelljammer. You guys don't know what a spelljammer is? A spelljammer is basically a spacefaring ship. And that meteor storm, yeah, that was from my ship. And
Yeah. Apparently, there's elemental jail guards essentially that rip the ship apart in orbit.
Yep. And unfortunately, like, there weren't really any survivors. We actually went north to find that location, and as we were talking with Kafka actually told us that their crew was basically trying to find these things called the Pillars of Want. I think at that point under commission of the Rihis Empire. However, this whole situation has basically turned Kafka into what is known as a scarred homunculus because, well, we found the body of this eldritch-like fluffy worm thing with a mask known as a dreamer inside a chamber. That was the thing that fell to the north of our city, or of our village. The dreamer was Ruby of the Ruby's Lance. And we find out from Kafka that in order to basically make the ships, the spelljammers, move, was basically by using the dream power of these aberrations called dreamers. You
Yeah,
sit
please
them
do,
in a.
Yumi. Oh, Yumi's gonna send the dreamer art.
Oh, right, okay. But we basically are like, oh, so this dreamer is dead, and your connection is severed, which is why Kafka was a scarred homunculus and effectively gained complete consciousness and sentience from that traumatic event. Because I believe in that instance, the connection that the homunculus and the dreamer have to power a ship and like control a ship is on like a very primal soul level. A piece of the soul is always connected to the homunculus, and with the dreamer dead, there's only a little bit of that soul, a fragment of Ruby's soul in Kafka, which then allowed them to be more sentient.
Also, this is what a dreamer is.
Indeed, that is our dreamer, actually.
Yes.
I've never talked to one, by the way. Not ours, not any others. We'll get
They're-
to that.
Well, they're pretty quiet, honestly.
They're
Okay.
introverts.
They are. Oh, they're EP. They're very EP. But yeah, so effectively, you know, we basically gave Kafka a little bit of time to mourn, but like from this little like adventure to go find a meteorite, we suddenly had our entire universes.
Oh, sorry, we're gonna have to start from the beginning. Hefty wasn't here.
Oh. Oh, it's so true. No, but basically, so we went on this adventure, right? We let Kafka, you know, mourn the loss of Ruby, and then Kafka was basically telling us, like, okay, you know what? I want to help you guys make a spelljammer because, well, they had nothing else to do. This was they were built to basically be a homunculus for a spelljammer, and they were like, okay, well, fuck it. Let's see if we could salvage the pieces from the Ruby's Lance and go from there. And we were like, absolutely, yeah, this sounds great. This was the adventure that Winona was wanting for fucking forever. Starlight and Celeste were excited as well.
Yes.
Melchior.
So I hadn't thought of there. Had I figured out what he? No, yeah, I did. He basically came along to catalog everyone's story. That's his retirement plan. Just so the historical event of what happened with us going on this.
Yeah.
in Melchior's case, I'm actually going to have to take a step back real quick to explain this because it got glossed over when the shroud was mentioned. That psionic fungus that spreads across the planet is also inherently lethal to most every creature that ends up inside of it. If you end up breathing in the spores of the shroud, you essentially just get ripped apart from the inside out, and then your soul is eaten up and absorbed by the fungus. With a couple of exceptions, Melchior being one of them. On very rare occasions, people manage to form a symbiotic relationship with the shroud, and the shroud starts replacing bodily organs with fungal tissue. Much higher in terms of usefulness. It gives you a psionic link with the shroud, that kind of thing. Melchior, whenever this got brought up and the Spelljammer got revealed, he thought that by leaving the planet, he could end up finding a way to stabilize the shroud so that it no longer killed whoever it was that got infected, and would essentially just become symbiotic, no longer quite as predatory. Something that he's actually succeeded in by now, but again, we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's basically what we ended up doing for a little while. We ended up going around the little area of the Windfall Valley, which you can pull up the other Sarconia map now.
The general area map, or?
Yeah, the general area.
All right, give me a moment. Since you're watching the stream, it is a little bit behind, so.
Yeah. I gotcha.
The Stormlight region.
Yeah. And so we basically ended up traveling. You might want to zoom out, actually. We ended up traveling all over the place. We ended up traveling north. We ended up traveling south. We ended up going north to Currenton, up there by that big stream, by the big river, going into the lake, where that was where Kazak lived. And we basically needed, I think we needed something from Kazak. Is that correct?
It was the Etronite lenses. We got the Etronite itself from the abandoned village to the far east, which is where Starlight met Ashlyn.
Yeah.
Got the Etronite, and then we took it up to Currenton so the Kazak could make... It was something to do with the control scheme for the Spelljammer?
Yeah, we needed the Etronite lenses, I think, as like a focus of some kind to harness the energies.
Yeah, this was to build the chamber.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, to build the chamber of the Dreamer for the Spelljammer. Apparently you need basically just a variety, you could use a variety of different magical materials, but Etronite was basically this planet's only thing that we had, because, well, it turns out our planet, our home planet of Sarconia, was something of a backwater planet. We have fucking nothing there. It's basically it's...
We were the isolated island.
Yeah, we were the isolated island. And
the Amish of the wild space bubble.
Yeah,
Right.
true. Yeah. And so we met Kazak. We actually had to help him because his home got raided by what are they called? The fish people?
Login?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's where I made my best use of Cloud of Daggers.
You did in fact just make blender sushi.
I did. It was great.
But yeah, so we've rescued Kazak. Kazak helped us out by making the Etronite lenses for us, and then we were basically just leaving, and we left. Then we headed farther south, I believe, to go to Land's End. Actually, hold on.
We have a map for Land's End.
Hold on. We went to a stream a good bit farther south to find the helm, which normally the Spelljammer helm is supposed to be like a chair. Yumi has made a change that it's not the chair, the helm is the actual steering wheel of the ship. And so we found the Ruby's Lance intact wheel, the helm.
You're
So
saying
we
that like
colle-
if we lose the wheel of our ship, it's just completely useless?
I have no idea, honestly.
All right, well, time to
Um,
take the
Those
wheel and teleport away
implications.
to see what happens.
No, please,
Oh.
God, no.
I imagine while the dreamer's alive, it's a little bit more difficult to destroy the wheel.
Yeah, but Yumi does say though that apparently if you take the wheel away, the ship becomes useless.
Oh.
Which is all right. So I really hope our wheel's reinforced.
I'll have Q3 watch the watch the wheel for us.
I didn't realize how important that wheel was.
I don't think anyone did, honestly.
Man, I chew on that thing when no
Kind
one's
of forgot
looking.
Either way, we found the wheel, we took it with us, and then we went back down to Land's End, because at that point we had pretty much everything that we needed, barring some like ritual materials to actually summon the Dreamer, to construct our own Spelljammer. All we needed now was a ship. Well, we're gonna go to Land's End because it's the Land's End. There's gonna be ships there. There's a port and a dock, and they make ships, and they, do all that kind of stuff. It's an ocean over there. So like we're gonna be like, hey, you know where we can find a ship? Land's End. And so we go to Land's End. We look around. We talk to some people. Winona actually goes to one of the more shady markets in Land's End because she was like, okay, you know who would have the information to get like a ship of some kind? The criminals, the smugglers, those kinds of people, the pirates, right? That's how we're gonna get a ship. And so she basically sees an old captain on a bench. She basically like sits down next to him, asks him like, "Hey, you got a ship?" And he's like, "Yeah, actually, I do got a ship. However, my ship was taken over by pirates, and I've got nothing left. You could have the ship because I just want to be done with this life, but you need to like help me clear out the pirates and go from there." And we're like, okay, sure. It's our best lead, so that's what we're gonna go for. Toss the guy a platinum coin, and he was basically like, okay, meet me at like sunset, and we'll have a rowboat going off to the cove where that ship is parked. Turns out it was a trap. The guy set us up. However, we did ultimately, in fact, murder every single goddamn pirate there.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah, that
You
too.
you skipped over what?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I forgot about that.
Please explain.
I mean, yeah, I did skip over that, but like, is that important? Okay, I guess you're right.
Yes, that soul became Amber later on down the
I
line.
know.
Yeah.
I know.
There is also the thing of we did have a choice between the type of ship we got. It was a sailing ship or an arc ship, which was kind of like a magic jet-powered B-52.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. And we
mean,
ended up going with the sailing ship.
Yeah, because it was bigger. But well, like if you want
Also because it was less dangerous to.
Yeah, we'd had to steal one from the military.
Yeah, which we didn't want to provoke the Sarkonian military. So anyway, Webb, if you want to explain Amber's cult, by all means, go right ahead.
I actually don't remember much about the cult itself. I just know that it was a thing that happened. It was kind of skipped over.
That is
Okay.
where I got my not random dice.
You're not random dice. Do you have cheat
Oh,
I
dice?
can
yeah.
control the number.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
right.
cheat dice. The frick.
Yeah,
Yes.
he has cheat dice.
I should definitely go use them.
Don't. That's
Um,
cheating.
Yeah,
But okay.
I no longer remember why we ended up taking down the remnants of that cult.
I
It
do
was a
actually.
thing that happened.
What happened was at the time, because I was wanting Celeste to like occasionally find spells in libraries, just of how his magic worked. It never happened. But he would look for stories. He did get spellbook once, but that's later. we were in Land's End, he checked out the library and came across an old booklet containing mention of this cult on the edge of the city. And then Celeste brought it up with everyone.
Right. So
Yeah.
we went there looking for magic. We
Yes.
plumbed to its depths. We found out that the cult leader was still around in ghosty form, and she got absolutely fucking trounced. It was like a 1-round fight.
That's not necessarily true. Remember what happened was that she tried possessing us, but like she tried possessing Celeste and Starlight, but both of them were just inflicting such incredible like psychic damage while like she was reading like their thoughts and stuff like that. That she was basically just kind of done with everything.
Yeah, like I said, you got completely trounced.
Yeah, no.
And Melchior ended up taking pity on her, and he was like, you know what? How about this? I'm going to let you take a ride inside my head, let you be comfortable in there. You could talk to the Shroud for a little while, and whenever we leave the planet, I will find a body for you to inhabit. Preferably a sorcerer of some kind, because that was apparently what she was back when she was still alive.
Mhm.
And she was like, oh, all right, fine, just keep me away from those freaks. And Melchior agreed.
So good. It's so damn good. But yeah. So then, Melchior had a little friend in his head.
He now had 3 voices in his head, one the Shroud, one his own, and one hers.
It's true. But yeah, then we went to get to do the whole ship thing, and we went off. We went on the rowboat. It turns out it was a trap. The guy set us up. We killed all of them. Some of them in very brutal fashion because how dare they betray us. You guys will see. We are generally a very vengeful party.
Yeah.
We
That
are
is
a
their statement.
yeah. Like
that was
if there's
also before the we were under the mentality of, oh, we're just in it for the money kind of deal, which was a kind of our morality at that point. But later on, we've kind of become heroes.
I mean, we're still pretty vengeful even now.
Oh, even yeah, there's no doubting
absolutely.
that.
We at the time we were basically just kind of like we heard the story of the pillars and we were like, okay, well we want the power for ourselves. And so that's what we were doing. We didn't have a conscience back then. We definitely grew one. So we murdered
Crystal is our Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they,
actually.
specifically, they didn't grow conscious. Specifically, they rescued one and just let her stick around until she influenced them.
We
It's like
inherited a conscience.
It's true. It's so true.
Yeah, later on though, like there's a moment where, with Nissa specifically where she just has a Grinch heart grew 3 sizes that day moment.
It's so true. Oh fuck. But yeah. So we murdered everyone. The captain of that pirate crew we actually kept alive. We broke his legs, like snapped them into like 2 pieces, and they were just like barely hanging on by like bleeding threads and stumps. We put him in a barrel. We piloted the ship, like we drove the ship back to the dock. We're like, hey, can we get this repaired? Also, we have this asshole to turn in. Hey, can we have a bounty for it? Yeah, thanks. And so the guards of Land's End just carried off the guy in the barrel with his legs still like actively broken. Like, all right, you're going in the slammer. Yeah, that guy had a very, very bad few days.
Yeah.
But yeah, we basically cashed in our reward. We got the ship repaired, and then after the ship was repaired, we set everything up. We basically made the Dreamer's chamber. We summoned the Dreamer, which was that little Dreamer that you saw earlier, Onyx, and we installed the helm. And with a little flip of the switch, so to speak.
Oh, you should have, Yumi. That would have been great.
That would have been great.
Because he
honestly.
would have only recognized Celeste.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If he
you're right.
did try to start shit, we would just to their perception, have godlike power.
We would. Oh man. we fucking we murdered those guys like really hard. We would murder those guys even harder now by like
yeah, we were like
a
level
lot.
4 back then.
Yeah, I
yeah.
think we're like level 3 or something, 3 or 4. But yeah, so with a flip of the switch and a little spark of magic, we sailed off into the sea. And from everyone else's perception, all of a sudden, they see basically large arcs of magical like electricity, basically a magical energy arcing off the hull, off the sails, off of everything. Suddenly, like you could hear the snaps of wood as the wood started to magically like reform itself and stuff like that, right? The hold was basically taken away to basically make it so that we could make a rudder, like a propeller at the end, which propels the ship forward, and stuff like that. The magic started, getting supercharged as we had a little like safety bubble around us so that we could go into space and underwater and stuff like that, right? And in this massive display, like obviously there were a ton of people on the docks watching us because like, holy shit, what the hell's going on, right? And then, Winona, who is like helming the ship, flicked some levers, and up the ship went into the sky, flying up, up, up. And we went when we were trying to basically make one last stop once the ship was fully operational to go pick up Ashlyn because Starlight really, really wanted her. And so we basically spent some time flying over Land's End. So everyone in Land's End was just able to look up, see this ship that suddenly started flying. And Winona, not knowing how the controls worked at the time, right? She fucking like she bounced off of some of like the towers and the larger building in Land's End, causing a good bit of damage and stuff like that. And then we just kind of sailed off into the distance, never to be seen again.
Yep.
How do you think that looked like to the
Worst again
locals?
on multiple occasions.
I don't know. How do you? I think honestly, you have an understanding of what the locals were thinking there.
Yumi, you're here. What were the locals thinking as they saw this ship rise up instead of just sailing normally?
We're the origin of the Sarkonian Peter Pan.
What? Oh my god! What the? God. Yeah. See, they think Pixie Ducks got the ship to float because they happen to have found a very small, diminutive creature, called it you, and then Winona called it "you freaking Pixie," and then bashed its head against the like walls or sides of the ship a few times before they actually left. Obviously, several pants for shit that.
So true.
There's now a tradition of wearing brown pants in that town so that they'll never be caught again.
Jesus. But yeah. So we picked up Ashlyn, and then we were just kind of like, all right, bye Sarkonia, bye home. But Kafka also warned us there was something of a security system in place around our planet. We had to fight air myrmidons. Which, now that I think about it, those aren't Izanagi related. What the heck?
Don't worry about
Anyway.
it.
That
Anyway.
was the low-level defense.
Oh, true. That was the low-level defense. But yeah, so we had to fight some air myrmidons to escape. Apparently, like, there was some big force that destroyed Ruby's Lands. And we were like, and Kafka was like, all right, you guys have to be very careful. There's a thing here. And we were like, okay, let's prepare. Let's prepare. And so we prepared. And we murdered the fuck out of those myrmidons. And we sailed off. We sailed off.
You
to
get
the-
to
to the
see the ship. Now, let me swap to it.
Actually, Yumi, did you send all 3 of the ship
Um,
variations?
Yeah, that's our register. Let's use this one. Don't worry about where they are in this one. This is not important.
Also, never mind the gigantic cannon sticking out the front of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's not important. That comes down later. That's coming. Listen,
Yeah,
that's Melchior's Magnum. That's for Nissa to drool over.
And apparently for Quistal to pose on.
Listen, I was
Oh,
on
yeah.
there one time.
That was the first iteration of our ship. Yes, that right there. Yep. And so we sailed off, and we spent, I believe it was like a week or so, maybe a week and a half, traveling through the cold, dark astral sea and space and stuff like that. Kafka basically leading us to the home that they know of, the center of the empire that basically controlled most of the wild space bubbles, as they're called, and has a presence on most of the planets in basically like all the ones that we know. And it was at that time where we were introduced to this like golden door. We're inside. We met an archfey known as Gallus.
Hang on. I can bring them up.
Do you have the? Oh no, you have their tokens, don't you?
Yeah.
So we had. So basically, yeah, that right there is Gallus. Gallus, an archfey who basically, instead of dealing in the usual fey things of like names and stuff like that, right? She deals in stories. She doesn't take the memories of the stories from anybody, but she basically offers like drink credit because she basically runs a bar, the Golden Serpent Lounge, as it's called, where if you tell a good story, she will give you basically whatever food and drink that you want. She basically just pulls it out of wherever it was. You can have your favorite foods from a different planet, a different freaking universe, for all that matters. She'll just pull it out and she'll give it to you. But you need to tell a good story. She loves her adventurers. And with her is Zips, a time travel cursed yinglet.
Yeah, which version?
Oh god, you can
Was
just
it-
put both of them on.
I suppose. So the thing is, Zips
I think he
basically
might be
is.
young.
Yeah, here's young Zips. We'll start with young Zips, who I believe. So fun fact: young Zips and older Zips are two different. This is younger Zips, and younger Zips still has a gender. Older Zips decides that gender is for I guess pathetic people.
Gender is for squares.
Gender's for squares, and has become non-binary. So that gets
I
confusing.
think he got lost with his limbs.
I don't think Zips lost any limbs.
I don't think so.
He's
It's
got
for
like metal
pansies.
augmentations to the legs and such whenever they become older, right?
I don't think so. It's just like how it looks because of the high-tech stuff. Because the thing about Zips, Zips' whole thing is because they time travel and basically kind of like warp around with their curse, they're able to collect a large variety of different items of varying technological
Yeah, I'll make
Advanced.
this fish is also big. Hang on.
Oh,
We'll bring in older Zips.
jeez, I feel bad for Zips now.
Yeah, Zips' whole thing is they cannot control their curse. They just time and space travel.
Oh no, I confused the fish.
Oh, I read that wrong.
For augmentations.
yeah.
Also,
No,
the
they
tail
have
got
special
bigger.
space armor. Yeah. They have special space armor. They have all kinds of freaking like high-tech sci-fi bullshit and stuff like that.
Laser rifle.
Which every single time we're like, oh my god, hey, hey, can you tell us more about that? And they're like, no,
They
I don't
gotta-
want to upset the time stream.
They should give us a laser rifle at one point. What's the worst that can happen?
True. You know what? I should have that kind of armor, that hex pattern. It's basically like a freaking, latex tights.
Yeah, you would want latex tights.
Shut your face. Anyway, so yeah, so
We
Zips
would need
being
a
a time
lot of latex for you.
God. Zips being a time-traveling merchant of sorts, collecting all kinds of very interesting, unique oddities from the different worlds, the different timelines, and stuff like that. So every single time Zips appears, we have an opportunity to spend basically 100% of our gold on unique magic items that we have absolutely no idea what they do.
Gambling.
The last one we got last time Zips appeared, we got a hat that can shoot out rabbits. We got Questal got a mirror that can look into any point in time for 10 minutes. Let's see. We also got a moonlight plant. Let's see. And then Melchior got a bat that explodes.
Good old Ferngully.
Yep.
Ferngully.
But this is where Celeste got the thing that turned him into a Yinglet right after it.
Exactly. Celeste bought I think it was two weird magical rocks with a thing inside.
They were glowing. Celeste thought they would be a good idea for to keep one as a gift.
Exactly.
It went
Turns
bad.
out that they were Zatsings.
So for the next bit of story, Celeste is going to be Yinglet for a while.
Are you actually changing?
Yes, do it.
Yeah, hang on, just give me.
I wouldn't be surprised. This campaign is full of a bunch of transformation fetishists.
Yeah, I think looking at our current crew, the only person that hasn't been transformed yet is Vess. Vess is the only person currently who has yet to be transformed. And I told a friend, and they were like, "Yeah,
Huh.
give it time."
Oh no! Don't do that to Vess.
Yeah, Vess may have his kobold days numbered.
No.
Thinking about it, even the NPCs have been transformed all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, like,
exactly.
Satu looks adorable, but he got turned into a mimic, and then we have Lucas, who used to be an angel, turned into a bug.
Yeah, exactly. I guess technically Ashley wasn't transformed.
Yeah, but she's
No.
no longer on the ship, so she no longer
Yeah, that's
counts.
also true. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking, like, in the past as well. I guess technically Ironsides counts. Because Ironsides is technically that, the frickin' Atrina automaton with the soul of iron, of the actual Ironsides in his... Anyway. Okay, Yumi, yes, it does count,
It
because
does
they
count.
have still transformed.
Yes.
They have still transformed. That is the point that we're trying to make. There's a lot of transformation that happens in this damn campaign.
It is.
Anyway, so yeah, Celeste accidentally drops those rocks on his face, which they explode, and oh my god, Celeste, what happened to you?
Oh yeah,
Or, like,
important fact, Celeste is just 100% just a femboy.
Yes.
That-
He is
that's
an
what-
alcoholic femboy. That is his shtick. No one's done it yet, but you can easily bribe him with booze.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't do it.
That's wait.
Like, there's like a clip. It's like, oh, let's go to this area to check out this thing. Oh man, I don't know. It's really far.
Hey,
And then it's like,
Ah,
if
don't
you help
worry.
me, I'll give you this bottle of wine. And they're like, oh, let's go. That's
Uh,
We've been very good about substance abuse. We've held multiple interventions at this point.
It's true, actually.
we had a wizard brute incident, and there was a lot of things that went on.
Uh,
Celeste now has a statue of himself.
yes. It's
oh,
down
I
in the hole.
forgot we had that. Oh, we should use that.
We should have Questal use her teleport, or learn a way to teleport and swap places to just occasionally swap Celeste with the statue and just say that, oh yeah, that happens to him. And then like,
had Yumi put that in his room.
I mean, I think canonically it is in his room. She'd just have to draw the asset for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which she doesn't want to do. She doesn't want to like upgrade the map at this point because we've already reached the 3rd tier or whatever.
I think we should add a second Magnum.
What? It took us 2.5 years to actually make that a reality. I'm sure it'll take like another fucking year to get a
It
second one.
has been in the works for a very long time.
We just
Yeah.
we can just get a second Magnum.
Hey Yumi, hear us
This
out.
already gets 2 magnums.
Hey Yumi.
Hey Yumi, can we get like a personalized pillar gun? Can we make a gun that Nessa can carry that just like can we make the Vigilant Fang be able to plug in a pillar for its shots.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I
Would
think,
you
I think
like
it-
Nissa to be even more broken than she already is? Please let us
Is
break
she-
her more.
is she broken though? Is it broken?
But what do you mean
Yes.
no pillar guns beyond the
Yeah.
Magnum? We could make it work, Yumi. Why wouldn't we be allowed to? I think it'd be nice. Again, for people who don't know, even one pillar is enough to power a planetary defense system.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Which is our next stop.
Well, no.
Saratha Charlin is our next stop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let me change the map. And this also, coincidentally, even though she doesn't pop up yet, is Questal's home.
It's true. So, bye, Vic.
Bye. Before the heat death
so-
of the universe.
So
God.
we basically went over to the Astral Mall Market, and that was where one of the main docks was. So basically, it's true. Oh fuck! Quick recap. You know what?
Fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So we went to the Astral Ball Market, and we basically were like, okay, well, this is a complete culture shock from our, backwater penal colony of our fucking home planet. And Kafka was basically like, hey, we should like visit these areas and maybe like find some like things about the Pillars of War and stuff like that, because as it turns out, there's supposed to be 10 Pillars of Want. The Rahis royal family, which is the Rahis Empire that controls basically everything that we know, has one of the pillars. And we basically roam around and we find out more about the Empire and the culture of everything going on around us. The Rahis Empire, is basically run and controlled by Yuan Ti, the Snake People. The Snake People, the Yuan Ti, basically fostered something of a culture of, kind of like supremacy around them. They saw themselves as better than all the warm bloods and used basically the term warm bloods as like a slur. And well, there was a lot of racism, there was a lot of speciesism, and as a very general note thing, right, with the Rahis royal spire in the middle, being all the important people and the emperor and stuff like
Hang
that.
on, let me move that into view.
It's a 3-tiered city.
Yep, the very top city, or the top part of the city, is basically the luxurious homes of the Yuan Ti of high society. The second tier is known as the Gold District, which is basically for everyone else who lives in like, middle class and stuff like that.
Oh,
And then there's like the lower tier, which are like the slums and the Astral Mall and stuff like that, where everyone just kind of like survives, to be honest. And there's a lot of fucking there's a lot of fucking people down there, as you could imagine.
Also, for the true size of the city, as Yumi says, look at the size of it and all the housing, and just multiply the size of like the city and houses by 4, because this is as much Yumi could do to make it look really nice, but also like without blowing up her hands.
Also, I am only just now noticing that there's a Church's Saloon here.
Yes.
And fucking
Yeah.
when?
Wait,
Oh,
what? Yeah, why is that there? The frick?
What I mean, we've never been to the Mercs Guild either, or the Callius Brewers, or the slums themselves. We've actually not been to a solid few places. I don't think we've ever been to the Temple of Seth either, or the Royal Trading Grounds for that matter.
Nope.
And
So
there's
you
been a-
definitely have to make a stop
When
at the
have the
brewery.
Rahis wanted a new church in their lands? Like, that shit would have been burned down night 1.
Yeah, you can
Um,
see the Temple of Seth, or Seth Rogen, and then Saloon down the bottom.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like smaller churches, but Saloon are
Serious?
time. Wait, hold on.
What? Hang on. Let me.
Shows how much of the city we've actually been to.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
Where is? Oh,
should
here it
explore
is.
more.
Here it is. Right in the middle.
Oh yeah, look at that. We've actually like walked past it a few times, but we've literally not given a singular shit. You know, next time we go there, we should have like we should. Maybe next time we go to Saratha, we should like,
We should make
Tour
our own
around.
church.
Tourist trip.
tourist trip.
Tourist-
Only nine months after everything went down. 9 months, yeah, 9 months. Anyway, so
Oh, it's been like a month.
What, do you want to introduce your kid to it?
yeah, you do need to give us downtime, Yumi. You don't give us any downtime. We're always on a time limit. Oh God, we're always in the middle of something. We're always getting dragged into shit. Fucking age.
I mean, technically, Celeste Current Park was a bit of a relaxed thing.
I mean,
We just had a
sure.
mission.
Yeah, that was very relaxing, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally at least a maniac that wants to eat all of the dead.
Mm,
You
That's
were
later.
getting to go and rub noses with your girlfriend. Everybody else had a horrible fucking vacation.
because of fucking Sulk, dude.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get to her though. We'll get to her. She's unkillable,
yes.
but don't worry about that. We'll get to her.
I mean, you know, Zeiss could come
Kinda
with
true.
us. Smile.
Oh
I
my
don't
god,
think
yeah.
anyone wants to deal with her bow's damage anymore.
I think we should bring Scythe, and then should get turned into Yinglet and not be strong enough to use the bow anymore, and that's how Yumi deals with it.
Oh my god.
She can be like, "Would you still love me if I was a Yinglet?"
And then she turns into an actual Yingot.
He would.
Oh no. I mean, fair, but still. Okay.
And his plan is turning her into a
it is an
Izanagi anyway.
That is
She agreed
true.
to it.
It is true. Alright. Anyway, back to story. So, we find out that very recently there was a ugh. Oh god, I did that stretch. Oh, my spine. Oh god. My spine just cracked like 7 times. Anyway,
Oh my god, like Nissa, like the transformation to Nissa, but we'll get to that.
so we found out through the grapevine that there was a city, not a city, a ship that had just come back from a planet known as Tragia, a desert planet that's kind of like, taken over by the Masu. But basically, there was something that happened to them in that ship. That ship, I believe, was like a Rahis-sponsored mercenary ship trying to find more inklings about more Pillars of Want, because the Rahis obviously want the Pillars of Want. And the only survivor from that crew was a Dragonborn lady. And she had gone mad. She'd gone crazy. And she was put into the sanatorium.
What's her name? I want to see if we have a token.
We don't have a token
Okay,
for
no
her.
token. Okay.
Her name is long forgotten to history.
It's true.
God.
God, depressing. Yeah, just let me
Um,
know, because I do know Yumi sent me quite a few tokens, so just let me know if you want me to put one up.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, so basically we were like, okay, well, I mean, maybe we could like visit her at the sanatorium and like maybe see if we can try to talk to her. Maybe like get some sort of inklings of like, you know, knowledge, because she must know something, but she's just mad, and so like it's muddled by this madness. If we can maybe decipher some of these cryptic clues, we might be able to find out more about what she knows about the pillar. And so we go there, and we try to talk to her, but she's obviously ranting and raving mad. We do, however, find that she has basically painted very strange things on the walls of her cell with her own blood. it was, I think Celeste and Melchior basically like, I think it was actually Celeste, basically like copied it
assistant.
down.
Like,
So,
Thuran-
so someone
yeah.
copied it down. Someone copied it down, and we basically were like, okay, well, I think that's all we're gonna get out of this. And so basically, at that point, we were like, okay, let's go talk to like the people that she knew, like her family or whatever, or her friends, right? So we do that, and we find out that we find out a little bit more about her, but we actually end up finding out that it was a cipher. She had, in her madness, written down a cipher, a puzzle, like something that we had to crack in order to find out what the hidden message was, what she knew. And it was something along the lines of the pillar haunts Tragia's core, or something like that.
I think
And
that
so we
was
were
it.
like, yeah, and so we were like, oh my god. Oh, so we have to go to the center of the planet of Tragia to get another pillar. And so we were like, okay. And for some reason, we had to go back to Dragonborn to maybe find out some more information. I don't remember what the information
That was the
we needed.
Starlight thing. Starlight had gone and talked to her brother, who wanted to break her out of there because she had been getting mistreated, and in general, he was being threatened.
Mhm.
So we brought him back to the asylum, only to find out that the Yuan Ti had already brought her into a hidden chamber, split her open, and were performing essentially like a live autopsy on her at the time.
Yes.
Also,
And that was...
one sec. Let's see. Yumi just sent me the actual like code itself.
And
So-
Melchior threw a glass basketball into her chest, and it exploded and killed her. Oops.
Oops.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, here's the code for anyone who wants to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, continue.
So yeah, we end up going down there. And yeah, we basically find her being like autopsied in a hidden room by the Rehist, by the Yuan Ti. And it was at that point where we were basically like, okay, this is fucked up. We needed her. We need her alive, and we need to basically rescue her, which didn't go to plan. But it was kind of a brutal scene. Not only did we completely massacre the Yuan Ti, there were a bunch of nurses who were also evacuating things because the fighting was, very loud, obviously. So an interesting little tidbit is that in the hidden room, Celeste, Starlight, and Melchior had wandered in, but Winona was still like firing with her rifle from the from the hallway. She did not realize that the people who were evacuating would like know her, or not know her, but they would remember her, and word about her would get spread around. Either way, we end up massacring the Yuan Ti that were basically performing the autopsy. We couldn't stay for Dragonborn, and so in our kind of like frustration, we basically burned down the sanatorium, basically ashes to ashes, the torture and the secrets and stuff like that there. And we basically had to go off of what we knew and head off. We ended up saying, okay, we should probably just leave like the next day. In the meantime, though, let's go, maybe we should like sell some stuff and get some more money because we're gonna need some funds, right? And so Winona goes off on her own to go sell some things from the ship's hold that we had. She never returned. Would whoever Mika wanna pitch in here? I think that would be more interesting.
My memory's too
Yeah.
terrible.
She went
So,
at the time to a local blacksmith, as I recall, to get some materials for the Spelljammer because it was still in a rather rough state. It was in its early days. We didn't have a lot of material to work with. It had gotten beaten up from the attack of fucking living asteroids and space sharks and all kinds of shit. and she disappeared from there. The rest of the party goes and begins to investigate. Turns out she had been ambushed whenever she was at this blacksmith's because it was owned by somebody with connections to the local Rahis. She had been kidnapped by a man named Larius, who was essentially like a head scientist of the Rahis.
And her boyfriend.
He wishes.
Fucking killing you.
We track him down to a small, very isolated lab in the Erastus Arcane Labs, buried essentially beneath it. We break in, we sneak through the lab, and we find Larius and then Nissa in the back room, having just shed her skin like an old suit.
So I'm gonna put it on screen. I won't keep it on for too long because it's a bit graphic. So, but just give it a just look away from the screen for about 30 seconds if you don't want to see. But this is her after the transformation. It's a bit. She wasn't doing too hot. She wasn't happy.
No, she wasn't. She was kidnapped, forcefully turned into a Yuan-Ti by Larius, into a Sheeta, the more prestigious or higher class version of Yuan-Ti as well. She literally had her skin slough off with the things that were basically pumped in her back through these wires, with a combination of technology, and magic. She was, ritualed into this snake form by Larius. And the entire time that she was down there, she was strapped to this table. Yeah, true, that's Larius. The entire time that she was strapped down there, yes, smug bastard. The entire time that she was down there, Larius had been basically whispering and talking to her, saying that she'll be perfect. And that while, basically she did commit some pretty heinous crimes, basically, killing people and burning down the sanatorium and stuff like that, right? That he wanted to reward her ferocity, her attitude, her strength. And so, in doing so, he took her and wanted to reward her by turning her into a perfect Yuan-Ti. Into a perfect subject of his.
Yeah, Yumi, I think you're fine. I think everyone can tell that some of these very much aren't your style, and that there's a difference in styles.
Plus, with how many tokens are used in a D&D campaign, it's not really feasible to do it all 100% yourself.
Yeah, you'd have to start planning
an art team.
Or you'd have to start planning out the next campaign now, Yumi, and start drawing tokens first. Before you even get to it.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal, actually. No, you're fine, Yumi. You're fine.
You're fine, petting you, shaking you, making this a suplex you.
But yeah. So, the party sees Larius basically, looming over her body. And the party didn't really recognize Winona in this moment because, except for the fact that she still had her signature coat on. The rest of her clothes had been
coils don't work with pants.
Actually, hold on. No, the coat was taken off and put on the table alongside her equipment. But either way, all of her clothes didn't fit her anymore for obvious reasons. And yeah, so Larius was basically "Oh, you're here to rescue her? Okay, well, have fun." And then he teleported out like a little bitch. And so,
we did fight him for a little bit. It just didn't go well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, Larius dipped the fuck out. The rest of the party was like, okay, well, this sucks. The only reason that they knew that was Winona is because of basically the scraps of her flesh on the sides of the altar and the stuff that was still sloughing off her scales.
Yeah.
And then to make matters worse, our escape route was, let's go into the sewers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they had effectively stormed the Erastus Arcane Labs to try and save her. Well, that's very high profile. And so we had to literally escape with her, long, much heavier body being dragged through the sewers as there's just pieces of skin and flesh and hair and all this horrible stuff being just kind of dragged through the fucking
To explain,
sewers.
because she was, I believe, conscious, right?
She was conscious during all of it.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, she was being carried because she literally didn't understand how to move anymore. Because again, her legs got replaced with coils.
Mm-hmm. It was brutal. And I mean, obviously, in that instance, everyone was everybody was panicking. Everybody was like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. We got on the ship, and we just fucking left. Yeah, we just left. We had to leave. We had to escape because, we were effectively wanted fugitives now. And we were like, well, shit, everything sucks. God damn it, what the hell are we gonna do? Winona still, at the time, was basically, traumatized. And, she basically didn't have a choice but to, spend the next, couple weeks at this point, during the travel, to basically, get used to her new body. Her olfactory senses as a snake, her, slithering around instead of being able to walk. All this, a lifetime of muscle memory replaced with a new body that she could not get rid of. And, Melchior was there the entire time.
Yeah.
Helping her, cleaning her up, trying to, get her basically treatment and getting her better.
He also remade her clothes so that they actually fit her.
It's true, because she didn't really have any clothes at that point. Luckily, her signature coat still fit, but yeah, everything else, no. Yeah. The entire time, Melchior was there, taking care of her as she was getting better and recovering to the best of her ability. But because of the entire situation, she wasn't really afforded much time to process. She basically had a bit of time to get used to her new body, to learn how to slither and stuff like that. And that's about it. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
We did try to basically take something of a small vacation on a planet on the way to Trigia, known as Ronus.
That was actually a proper vacation.
I think it actually was, yeah, you're right. Nothing actually happened there.
Well, you met your painter friend.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. And then you stole ice cream. No, yeah.
Yeah. I created a way to freeze the air and used it to make essentially flash freeze gelato.
We did miss the part where we got the gauntlet on the pirate ship before it even was supposed to.
That's true, actually. So, yeah, just
yeah.
So, Lemon, describing the relationship as a mouse tool is certainly a choice.
Yes, Celeste has his gauntlet by now.
Yeah, he has his Izanagi gauntlet. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it was on the freaking galleon, the pirate ship.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it does in retrospect, doesn't it?
Kind of.
Well, yeah, to a certain degree.
He's on the planet. Nothing can leave.
It's true. I mean, it's on that planet. But yeah, so we actually end up going to Ronus. We take a vacation. we actually were thinking like, hey, now that Winona is a Yuan-Ti, she actually has to we actually have to kind of like play it cool. We kind of have to blend in. Because so basically when we made the Spelljammer, right? Winona was kind of like, called more or less like the leader of the group because of the fact that her connection to everybody was basically the reason that we went on this journey in the first place. It was her connection to everyone else, like her connection to Melchior, her connection to Starlight. Well, Celeste kind of like tagged. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
let's tag along.
Either way. So
You might have
Winona
thrown
was
him out a
Picked up the
couple
local
times.
hobo and brought them up.
well, I wouldn't call him a hobo though.
Oh, he's a bit higher class than that,
True.
but he has that lifestyle.
But yeah, so like Winona, when the Spelljammer was actually made, was effectively the like called the captain of the ship.
Hey, just let me know when you want me to change the map or add anything up.
No, you're good, I think. Thank you for that sea shanty. That's nice. But her being turned into a Yuan-Ti, a Sheeta no less, which is again the highest like class, so to speak, of Yuan-Ti. She effectively was, from like a lowly human to a prestigious Yuan-Ti Spelljammer captain.
In fact, even among the Sheeta, you are especially high class. But
Yeah,
that's again for
exactly.
later.
Well, I mean, just the fact that she basically was the captain of the Spelljammer already elevated her to much higher class than most other Sheeta already. On top of the stuff later. But either way. So yeah, the thing is, a Yuan-Ti by the name of Winona, yeah, that's gonna raise some eyebrows. That's gonna cause some people being very confused, very concerned. Maybe it's yeah, so basically, we kind of, before we left, like, to go off on our own devices, we came up, well, Melchior came up with a name, a cover name for her. We were actually thinking about it as a group, but Melchior was the one who actually posited the idea that stuck, or that proposed the idea that stuck, which was Nissa. And
With
so from
two
that point
S's.
onward, with two S's. And
Very
so
important.
from that point onward, well, while she still saw her true name as Winona back then, her cover name, so to speak, was Nissa. And so to anyone else she would, talk to, she would say, "Oh yeah, my name is Nissa." Which then, over a long period of time, she got more and more comfortable with. Anyway, she, because of her new body and stature and status, she and Kafka, thankfully Kafka the homunculus was also around, basically just kind of like hang out and help Nissa out at that point. She went off into the Yuan-Ti quarter of Ronus, of the city that they visited. And that's where she realized, holy shit, it is fucking fancy as hell over here. Things were cheap. People were nice to her. I mean, that's kind of a given. But like, it was nice. So basically the party had already gone through a massive culture shock.
Yeah.
Right? The party had already gone through a massive culture shock. Massive culture shock. And now Nissa was going through a second culture shock.
Because she was not part of that culture.
Yeah, exactly. And so she tried to integrate herself and learn more to try and fit in more. So that people wouldn't like raise eyebrows at her. Well, she ended up finding a nice little place where a couple of other Sheeta were lounging around. They had a couple of servants. Turns out they were actually a pretty wealthy family. And she made friends with a snake person, a Yuan-Ti known as Oasis.
It's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Now we saw your comment, the sea shanty, right? It's like we were saying that's really nice, Guillemon.
Yeah, it was mentioned.
It was really nice. But yeah, so pull up Oasis.
Alright, hang on.
The other femboy.
The other snake feather.
I want you to know that if it wouldn't take hang on, if it wouldn't take too much time, I would go and get a picture of Oasis from Google and just like put that on screen.
There's a ruined Nissa again. There it is.
There he is. So yeah, he came from upper class Yuan-Ti society because his mother actually owned a business, and her mother was something of a No, that's a he. That's a he, Levin.
Yeah.
Oasis.
Like I said, that
Oasis.
is the
Yeah,
other
femboy. Femboy.
Oasis
Yeah,
is a
fem-
he.
That's the exact thing Celeste is going for.
It's
He
okay. I'm
goes
pretty sure he's the
to be
bottom of the
called.
relationship.
But while Nissa was hanging out and basically just trying to like take any moment to relax and process. No, the alcoholic femboy is the yinglet in the bottom
Yes.
middle.
Currently Celeste. That's the alcoholic femboy.
Okay, let me know when Celeste like you gotta say when Celeste stops being a yinglet.
Oh, it'll be a while.
Yeah.
It'll be a while. But yeah, so you know, Nissa met Oasis. Oasis was a painter or like an artist as a hobby, and there were some little funny quips about Oasis's mother saying, "Oh, you two should totally get together." And both Nissa and Oasis were extremely embarrassed. But on the bright side, making these friends did relax Nissa quite a little bit, and she was able to get she was able to get a massive discount on buying a fridge and a god fuck ton of meat.
Oh yeah, she couldn't eat veggies anymore.
It's true. She found that out the hard way. Actually, speaking of, Celeste also
Celeste
found out
was
the
a-
hard way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking yinglet. Yeah. All of them were pretty chill. And it was very surprising because, you know, to Nissa, right? The only thing that she's ever seen of the Yuan-Ti is that they're ruthless bastards. And so seeing some of them, they're actually really nice. Well, part of her is like, wow, this is really, really nice. I like this. On the other hand, they're only treating me nice because I'm one of them, and she doesn't like that. She wants to command respect. Like, she wants to earn the respect, not just be given it to her because of, you know, her form or whatever. But, you know, conflicts. Yeah, so we basically have a nice little time. We convene again, and then we leave Phrygia, with all of us being more or less refreshed. Good old Oasis.
Yes.
Can one of you guys take over Phrygia for a little bit?
Understand.
Don't worry.
imagine-
I can take over Trujillo. I was there.
Right.
All right, so Trujillo is a place, right? And they went there and got a pillar, and then they left.
Yeah, that
Right.
sums it up.
And then after we left, Casper did some really crazy things. Anyway.
All right, so Trujillo, as mentioned, desert planet taken over by the Masu.
Now let me change because we have a Trujillo map. Yeah, the over map. So let's do that. Not continue. We have the map.
You might want to remove Oasis. You can
Yep.
see. So we were uncertain of just how bad Trujillo was until we actually arrived there. Turns out that the Masu had been using the pillar that had fallen here as a way to power the planetary defense system. While there was a very small gap where spelljammers could come in and out of the planet over the only real remaining city on this planet, the rest of the place was, if you went even just too far above the surface, like a regular airplane level's flight, you would get shot down by these massive fuck off railguns that have been scattered basically all over the planet's side. And then you would come down in the Masu mass and eventually be amalgamated.
Yeah, and they could infect you like a virus and turn you into a Masu.
Correct. They automatically infested most technological things, but there were certain Masu called plague bearers who could infect biological tissue and convert it to mechanical. Something that I got very close with later on down the line.
Yep.
Also, I'm not sure you gave me the city map, Yumi. What's the name of the city?
I mean, it's in the bottom right corner, I believe. Or is it the top? Might have been the top right.
Gale Town? God, it's all Gales there? I mean, I like the guy, but it's a bit too much. Anyway, I don't have a map for it now.
Yeah, the city's up in the top right. That might help.
Top right? Ventures Hold? Okay.
Yes.
I still don't have a map for it. If it was Ebamero, but I don't think that's it. Thank you, Yumi. I shall get this working. Just hold map. Sorry, continue.
Upon landing in Ventress Hold, we discovered a local research facility that was dedicated to researching the Masu and the way that they infected folk. Oh, speak of the devil, there it is. It was a small group in the Ventress Laboratory, or Ventress Library. Oh yes, this is all from memory.
This is all from memory.
Yes.
Yep.
My memory is too garbage to remember any of this, unfortunately.
So obviously some things aren't going to be as accurate, but
Yeah.
That's why
you have to
hydrate.
hydrate.
Being glossed over, but it's a group effort.
Yeah.
That's how you know we're really doing this by the seat of our pants.
Indeed.
yeah. But I mean, people like it considering we have so many people still here and paying attention, which is nice. So we have good storytellers,
Indeed.
and also Raya.
What the
So-
fuck?
Pip, you.
As I said, we discovered a local Masu research facility, and Melkor takes this as an opportunity to go, hey, maybe by learning the way that the Masu spread, I can then apply that to the Shroud. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to do some experiments on the Masu while I'm here. Uh-huh. This was a poor plan. So the group eventually gathers up together after doing a little bit of an armament upgrade. This is where Kafka got their gun form, I believe.
And you met Casper.
Not yet.
It was here.
No, it
Was
was
it
Oh,
down
in
the
the
line.
city?
No. It was
Or
we
was
met
it-
Casper. We met Casper
Yeah,
like on the way
We
to.
encountered him in the wasteland.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was Nissa by herself because of Melchior and Starlight flying quickly. Because
Yeah.
this whole thing.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
That's how bad my memory is.
We headed out from Venture's Hold towards a small group that is holding out in the desert. A group of were-ravens that is set up inside of a mountain and that would get us more information. On the way there, a sandstorm kicks up, and thanks to some praying by Starlight and some guidance by Anoka, we found our way into what was essentially a half-buried spelljammer. We're like, oh great, we can find a way to shelter from the sand in here. We go down, we decide, well, we got the time, we're gonna poke around a little bit, see if we can find anything interesting. And boy do we. Because down in the hold, there was a crate that was full of seawater. We're like, okay, well, this is rather unique. We pop it open, and we find at the bottom of that an artifact made of what appears to be like whalebone, something like that. There's a little bit of juggling around. Eventually it ends up in Niss's hands, and she ends up attuning to it. This would come back to bite her considerably later on down the line, as it put her in touch with a being called Dagon. Turns out, this artifact is a demonic one that essentially marks her as one of the chosen of Dagon, and invites her to go and compete with the others for supremacy, to essentially be the heir of Dagon. She doesn't know this yet. Right now, all she knows is it gets her really angry, and it gives her a lot of really good abilities, like being able to breathe underwater. But that's what it ends up being later. But for now, we're like, alright, well, we still hide out until the sandstorm ends, and then we make our way towards the mountain enclave again. Except on the way, we get ambushed by a bunch of the Masu. In the resulting fight, one of the plague bearers makes its first appearance. And in this very first appearance, Melchior gets gravely injured by one, and proceeds to get infected. It is at this point that, in desperation, he decides to see if the shroud inside of him can combat the Masu infection. So he essentially takes a bunch of spores that he's been gathering from it and been using as a biological weapon all this time, and he injects it straight into his legs, which is where the Masu had hit him and infected him from. Turns out the shroud does indeed fight the infection. It just does so rather explosively. So Melchior's legs essentially just detonate at the knees. He's lying, bleeding out in the desert, and Starlight takes her arc sail, picks him up, and the two of them fly on ahead at great speed, taking anti-aircraft fire all the way to the enclave for the others to join them later. They do make it there, and Melchior gets himself treated while the others trudge over the landscape. And Nissa, now alone, stumbles across a cat in a mech suit by the name of Casper.
We have a picture of that, I think. You give me a moment.
I no longer have it, unfortunately.
Oh, Yumi's been sending me stuff. Let's see. Here we are. Casper.
Admittedly, I was just really frustrated with the low-level wizard. That's why I switched to Casper.
So wait, you swapped to Casper for a while. So Celeste was out playing?
He stayed on Trigia for a good little while. Just, like, helping out the Mountain Enclave and
doing research.
Doing research, because he was so out of his depth. He was like...
research.
The in-character reason was he was so overwhelmed, didn't know anything he had to know, so he stayed at the Enclave's library to read up of everything that he doesn't know.
It's true. To a certain degree, it was actually like a tactical decision, because like
It came
all of
up
us,
a lot.
yeah, all of us had no idea what we were doing. We had absolutely no idea what we were doing. We were still experiencing such incredible culture shock, and like we were having such a hard time like adapting that Celeste basically took it upon himself to basically be the researcher. For a while, he would stay on Trigia, research as much as he could, and help people out. And, we would go off and continue our adventures a little bit and learn what we can. And then eventually we came back and picked him up and et cetera, et cetera.
Casper outside of the machine?
Yes. He had a little mech hand on his back. That could control the inside of it. He was just he was just an awakened cat that this Mountain Enclave took in.
And as a result of him being connected to that Mountain Enclave, he was able to lead Nissa back to said enclave more or less safely.
Yeah.
Except whenever they arrived, it turned out the thing was under siege. So... Oh, he didn't combust. He just kind of exploded. There was no flame involved, just a lot of bone and gristle.
Again, it's like detonating
Cast a corpse explosion on your legs.
or something like that. Because again, it's not as if it didn't catch on fire. It's just the forces repelled each other so violently that the resulting combat succeeded in carrying Melchior at the cost of, losing the legs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the legs. The rest of Melchior was fine, except for, the bleeding out part.
Yeah, more or less. So, Nissa and Casper managed with the help of the Ravens to break through the siege, get inside. And Nissa got to return the favor that Melchior gave her for a while and take care of him while they reattached his legs. And together, they learned a little bit more about the way that the Masu were positioned and how exactly they would go and find the pillar. Why are we talking about Lancer? God, I don't even know what Casper's build would be in Lancer.
Oh, I mean, that was basically an Everest.
Yeah,
It was so bare bones.
It was pretty shit.
I mean, it hit like a truck.
Well, yeah, because you were using a fuck-off hammer that used a steel drum as the head.
Yeah. The big bone.
So, they learn more about the way that the Masu are spread out, and that they are focused in one canyon in particular. We go, all right, so the pillar is probably there. We're going to have to go, and we're going to have to break through the defenses, infiltrate the place, go get the pillar, get the fuck out. On the way, Melchior has an idea. He starts making steam machines based off of Casper's mech. And he comes up with an idea to combine a small portal to the elemental plane of fire and one to the elemental plane of water to essentially create a compact ball that generates infinite steam. Problem is, because he comes from such a backwater planet, they can't make such a thing. So he's like, well, we're here tell about a couple of wizards that are out here that are of particular high level. We can go find them. They can make it. See what comes out of that. This leads to them trekking across the world, meeting a creature called the Hound. This is a mystery tool that will help us later.
Yes. Who Casper has a very, very large hatred for backstory reasons.
Yes,
I
backstory
wonder
reasons
why.
Didn't really get explained too terribly deep.
Oh,
Was it because Casper was only here for Tragia, basically?
Yeah, basically, he was taken in by the librarian of the Spire, and just kind of like helped teach him. And very much like an adopted mother, and Hound killed her. So, very much revenge.
Got it.
Yep.
So, they go find the Hound. They end up fighting it for the wizard. I believe he killed the wizard's partner at the time, so in exchange for getting vengeance, he helped create what was eventually going to be called the Steam Heart. He actually made 3 of them. Melchior's like, all right, fine, great. Now I get to make some real fancy stuff later. Then they take these prizes, and they're like, all right, it's time to go fight the Masu. We go to this big canyon. Nissa finds out that she's now afraid of heights.
It's true. Because
Just,
as it turns out, so Nissa at this point had expertise in acrobatics, and her initial thing was that she had very high dex. So she was very dexterous, very good at moving, very good at jumping, very good at using her legs. Except, she suddenly doesn't have any legs anymore. And suddenly being thrust into a position where she's looking down, she's like, wait, I don't have the control that I used to. Oh my god, I don't trust myself anymore. And suddenly she was afraid of heights.
Which is a problem, because it turns out that the Masu had built their base halfway down this ravine, which practically plunged all the way down into the center of the fucking earth. So, yeah, we required to go down a substantial amount. I believe we ended up designing like a rappelling system for this, where we like made a
Using-
sling for her and lowered
Yeah.
her down. Something
know
that she was
Casper's
very
mech.
unhappy about.
Yeah, I know Casper's mech definitely played a part in it.
Yeah. Because
Like,
Casper
was
was the only
attachment
one.
point.
Yeah, because Casper was the only one with the strength to carry her giant heavy body, so,
It actually ended up failing, as I recall, and Melchior had to break out Featherfall in order to keep us from dying.
It might have. I don't remember.
I remember something failing. I don't think it was when Nissa was there. I think that was when I think it was when someone was trying to cross the ravine. Someone had like thrown a rope. I think it was Starlight actually who had flown across.
Yeah,
and
because
tied the rope.
her arc sail got damaged by the anti-aircraft fire.
Right. And so, also she basically made I think Melchior and Starlight basically made something like a rope bridge, like, kind of rudimentary, to allow Nissa to, at the very least, well, not
across.
slither, but get across somewhat safely. But that broke when I think Casper went across. I think Casper and Melchior were going across at around the same time or something. It broke, and so then like they were falling, but they did. But with thanks to Featherfall, they did catch themselves on the rope and they were able to pull themselves up.
Yeah.
Something like that.
There was also essentially like a giant scarab beetle thing that acted as like a carrier for Masu that we had to avoid. Turns out they've got these like planet-spanning Masu foundries that just suck up all of the local biological matter into itself, convert it into Masu, and then spit them out. They're like the fucking Tyranids, basically.
Hmm.
So we avoid that. We
And
get
what were
into
they
the
called
ravine.
again?
Striders.
No. They weren't called Striders in the campaign. They were.
We've only ever seen the one, so.
Yeah.
Wait, was it Harvesters? They were Harvesters.
Oh,
right?
harvesters. Right. I thought it was-
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Nissa wants to get the head of a harvester as a trophy.
We probably could now that we have the Magnum.
Yeah, honestly. Anyway, go on.
So, after some shenanigans, we end up lowering ourselves down into the ravine. We slip into the main Masu facility and start fighting our way towards the center point. It's hard going. The Masu are particularly stubborn, and down here they are extremely numerous. At many points, we were put basically to the edge of our capabilities. And lo and behold, when we finally reach the center, who is waiting for us there but the Hound, ready for round 2?
And right
Yeah.
behind the Hound was the Pillar of Want inside a containment chamber that was powering the anti-air defenses. Right there. Right there.
Yep, turns out that the Hound had also given himself some jailbreak upgrades in order to prepare for round 2, and made a real mess of things. Not helped by the fact that half of this fucking thing was flooded because they were essentially using it as impromptu water cooling.
Yeah.
So,
Casper got zapped.
three-quarters of this big-ass room was difficult terrain for all of us. We were all still fairly low level, slogging through this. It was a hell of a time. I believe Starlight actually went down first during this fight, but I can be misremembering that.
Well, she went down, I think, but she didn't
Went
die.
down, but she didn't die.
Right.
Yeah.
But eventually, we managed to, through liberal use of magic missile, bring the Hound down.
Oh yeah, that's where that joke started.
Yes, it was.
Oh god, I forgot about when it started.
We were having a lot of trouble actually landing fights on him. So my ass comes out and we're like, you know what doesn't care about how high your AC is? Magic missile. Beep, 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 beep. And I just cast that every single round and then ran away at full speed to make as much of a nuisance of myself as I possibly could. It worked flawlessly.
It did.
It did. I will say though, I think was it? It was like right before the Hound actually went down. We had gotten like in such dire straits. I think I remember Starlight had gone down, but had gotten back up again. Casper's mech was destroyed.
Totally destroyed.
Yeah, completely destroyed. Not even like disabled or anything like that. No, it was destroyed. So Casper was just a cat and didn't have shit at this point.
Like, I think he had friggin' what did he have?
I think he had like a gun. Did he?
let me
No, he
look.
used Kafka, right? Kafka gun for
I
him?
believe he
for a
was using
Yeah.
a gun from Kafka, yes.
Yeah. Well, either way, so like we were like in such dire straits, and well, Nissa being trying to be like upfront and personal and be the tank, right, was also really low health. But it's like, well, we're in a really bad situation. Let's just smash and grab. And so she ran past the Hound. She, using her rage, her strength and stuff like that, right, broke open the glass, and then grabbed and yanked the pillar right out of the active system. She got massively zapped. She got dazed for like a round, I think, but she got the pillar. And all around us, we heard the systems powering down, but also the like lab or like wherever we were, the factory or the facility that we were in, that's the word, start to have lots and lots of alarms going off. So then, like, the next turn or whatever, the Hound goes down, and we all start trying to escape. We're all at, like, death's door. We all have no resources left. We're all like, shit, fuck, we gotta get out of here, right? We hear the alarms blaring, and we hear, like, the clanking of so many Masu coming in our direction. And so Kafka, recognizing the situation, was like, all right, I have a special thing, but I need some time to basically channel a portal to get us out of here, right? Like, dire situation. And so we were running across this massive like hallway to an open area, because I think Kafka needed like open sky to open this portal.
Mm-hmm.
So we were like basically booking it, fleeing for our lives from a massive horde of Masu, really large creatures as well, and
Running straight at a cliff.
pretty much. And we actually do end up making it, and we jump into the portal, and we're safe.
This is also where the special ammunition part of Yumi's campaign comes into play, because this is where you used your first drill bullets.
It's
Oh
true.
yeah.
Because all of them were like all the Masu were basically in a massive pile behind us, right? And so Nissa was just kind of like, all right, I found this. I don't know what it does. It's a Hail Mary. We've got nothing else. Let's use it. She loads it into her gun. She pulls the trigger, and all of a sudden a bullet gets fired, which then expands into like a 10-foot wide thing and then just like out comes a massive drill, basically. A magical drill bullet that just wrecks everything in its path.
Yeah, that single bullet cleared enough space for us to make it to the end of the tunnel, pretty much unmolested since then.
Oh, God, yeah.
We even had time, because there was crates of like material that the Masu had been gathering at the end of the hall, to stop, grab a whole bunch of shit from those crates, load ourselves down, and then jump in the portal.
Yeah. Even though we were all literally one hit from dying, well, we were still greedy as hell, so we grabbed shit and just ran.
We had a spare 6 seconds.
It's true. We had a spare 6 seconds. You could get a lot of shit in 6 seconds. But yeah. And thus, we entered Severus's domain, right?
Yes.
Can you keep describing?
Yeah, of course. I was wondering if you were taking back over or not.
No. That's why I was kind of like, letting you know.
So, Severus is the name of the creature that made Kafka, and all the other homunculi for that matter. Something called, it's a soulsmith, I want to say?
Yes.
Big, yeah. Here we are.
I love
Yeah,
this
that
token, by the
fucking
way.
thing.
I love it. I love it so much.
Soulsmiths are incredibly rare and incredibly potent creatures that are pretty much the only beings capable of making homunculi on the level of quality that is needed to run a spelljammer proper. There are mass-produced versions of homunculi, but they're so simple that just the act of using them will essentially just ruin the homunculus. However, Severus is a particularly fine craftsman, and he is the one that made Kafka, and I think he refers to them as their sister, but I'm not sure that's quite correct.
They.
Aesop. And
Yeah,
I think they're all days.
they called them like a sister to them, but I'm not sure if they actually have an assigned gender or whatever.
Probably
Good
just all
answer.
creatures.
Yeah, default to creatures.
Either way, we end up landing in front of his little hut in literally a sea of stars. We take a moment to stop our bleeding, curl up on his floor for a little while, find out that Kafka has been eating food and teleporting it to Severus, which is just plain creepy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that. Glad that my memory isn't completely shot.
Better than mine.
And we take this time to gather together, talk about what we're finally going to do whenever we finally collect the Pillars of Want and get a little bit of Kafka's backstory. Now, this is where the first bit of drama starts to appear for Starlight, because they dodge any mention of what they're going to do with their wish at this point.
Yeah. I don't know why that was a hill to die on.
One thing that that was a theme when the short amount of time that I had known Starlight as a character is that Starlight doesn't like giving straight answers ever. Starlight
No.
Starlight will, if you ask what day it is, Starlight will talk about what the day's like, but not tell you will not answer you directly. So, again, it took basically forcing a tribunal to get Starlight to say the wish properly, but that comes up later.
That's way
Much
later.
later. But the group gets together, they talk about the basics of what their wish is going to be in the future. All of them are invalid at this point in time.
Yeah, I think Casper's was get rid of all the Masu.
Starlight, I believe, at that time said that their wish was going to be that nobody could lie.
Yeah,
Which,
it was.
That would single-handedly end civilization.
Yeah.
You know? But at the moment, everybody was still wishy-washy, just figuring out what they wanted to do with themselves, much less with the wishes. And we all agreed to hash it out more as we went along, come up with some way to properly divide the wishes among them. and essentially just take the moment to rest. Whenever we are fully healed, we get spat back out into Tragia. We all make our way back to the main city. Tell them, hey, we've taken down the planetary defense system. You can start evacuation properly now. Melchior gave them a couple of shroud spores so that they could potentially use it as like a vaccine against the Masu. Maybe find a way to make things more stable for him. Starlight murdered a dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exploded him with a tree.
Yeah.
So I remember
God,
this
I forgot about
because
that.
we brought it up, and it was Starlight tried to explain it away. Didn't Starlight try to explain it away as like it was self-defense or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
It technically was, but my lord, did she escalate things considerably.
Yes.
Like
The automaton basically was just kind of like, I don't like you, and then Starlight was like, well, fuck you for not liking me. Stop being an asshole. The automaton, you know, being a little bit aggressive, was like, all right, let's hash it out. And so Starlight was like, all right, fine, bet. And then instead of like it being like a duel or like a brawl or whatever, yeah, Starlight just kills the guy.
And she used her code of fuckery to pull out a tree seed which would grow instantly whenever she planted it. This was her go-to murder button throughout the entire campaign.
Yeah.
So what she does is she essentially shoved that into a crack in his armor. It immediately grew through him and just impaled him from the inside.
Yeah.
Not even the bar. And so this wasn't the guy though that she like basically stalked. No, because she because it's not the only guy she murders. Is
No,
it?
that was a later dude who she got
Oh.
actually arrested for killing.
God.
No, she didn't. She didn't kill anyone aside from the warden during that situation.
Well, yeah, but she still did kill someone. But
No, she killed multiple people during that escapade.
Did she? I don't think so. I'm pretty
There was-
sure she.
In particular,
only...
there was like an Eric Cocker soldier that flew up to try and stop her, and she beat him down in midair, and then he fell like a couple 100 feet to the pavement.
Ah,
Oh yeah.
Did he die from that?
Yeah, he
probably.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh, did she?
And I'm pretty sure she did kill the Knoll in that instance.
I don't think she did.
Yeah.
What?
she did.
Yeah,
Even
straight
I
up
knew
murdered
that. I heard
dude.
about that.
Oh my god, that
So
was,
again,
that was-
like this is kind of the beginning of Starlight being revealed to be unstable.
Yeah.
'Cause-
But we'll get back to that. That's actually a considerable time later.
Yeah.
Either way, in the wake of murdering a dude, we're like, oh shit, we're wanted somewhere else. We're gonna leave.
So, and remember everyone, so this is the second city they're leaving because they just killed a bunch of people and are now wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it builds up a reputation.
Well, okay.
It's kind of a habit of us.
Well, no. To be fair, we were able to still mill around and do stuff, right? That was one of those situations where, like, they had, like, you know, sort of like a quote-unquote respected us enough to basically just kind of be like, all right, you know what, get the hell out of here. And basically, you know, because Nissa was basically just kind of watching, and Starlight had used the mask, so she was basically covered up as well. And, like, the guy who was the automaton's friend was kind of like, oh shit, well, whatever. Just get out of here. You're probably fine.
They're
And-
probably fine.
And that was it. Like, we were fine, but we did have to skedaddle really quick because otherwise, things would escalate in that regard. But no, I
Yeah.
think at the time we were fine, TM'd.
As fine as we got, really.
Yeah.
Either way, we now formally have one of the pillars in our possession, the first of many.
Indeed.
And we're like,
We
hey,
have
we
5,
can actually
guys.
do this.
It's been 3 hours, and we are at the first pillar. We have 5.
The
God.
others come
Yep.
pretty fast, though, to be fair.
It is true.
In any case, we leave Trigea, and it's at this point that Nissa begins hearing the voice of God in her head.
Yeah, she starts having dreams and stuff like that. But I mean, she actually had like dreams and stuff like that. Still on
Shit,
Trigea.
I actually, on Trigea, I forgot about the dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vern and the dragon. God,
I
how did
forgot
we
about
forget that?
I forgot about our hostage.
Yeah, true.
He was just a lost kid that we were trying to help, but Starlight took it as he was a prisoner.
Yeah,
Well-
he was a stowaway whenever we fled Saratha Sharlin. And we're like, oh, well, not that big of a deal. And then Starlight's like, we're going to hold him for ransom. We're like, what?
She does this
Yeah,
multiple
you're a prisoner
times.
now.
She does this multiple times. It's a thing she does.
Okay. I will say, there is a little bit more to it than that. I don't know why she like played it up like this, but she would verbally say that like the person that we're like protecting or whatever is like a prisoner, and that Starlight was the warden. But ultimately, she did really care about them and acted almost motherly to them. Because bear in mind that like she was actually really, really nice to Vern, all things considered.
Yeah.
And she also was really, really nice to I think, a couple other people that were like this. I don't know why she does it like that, but she basically like she said that she was the warden and that they were the prisoner, but then she acted like a motherly figure to them.
Either way, in the process of transporting him and throughout dragging him all around Trigea, turns out we discover that he's a half dragon and that his dad is somewhere here on Trigea. He goes through a whole traumatic transformation sequence. I had to perform emergency surgery on him in order to keep him from literally ripping apart from the inside out because his scales were expanding that fast. It was a very bloody process.
Yeah.
But eventually, we discovered during our Trigean adventures that his dad had holed up inside of a cave nearby where the wizard that made the steam hearts was, and we reunited them. Nissa drowned herself for a little bit.
Which was actually the way that Melchior and Co. found out about the extra tidbits of the weapon that she had.
And it's also around this time that her
Yeah.
dreams started to change.
Mm-hmm.
Vern's dad, who I can never remember the name of because he basically hasn't appeared again since, except for once.
Zervos.
Zervos? Oh, I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, it's Zervos. I would know.
Yes, of course he
you
would.
know.
He says, well, thank you for taking care of my son. Here, I'm going to be the second person ever to pay you for a job. And we'll help you out later on down the line. Trust me, man. Okay, fine. We'll see you later. Enjoy your family reunion.
True.
And essentially, that was the end of things. So fast forward back to when we're leaving. Then we start getting Dagon's call to Nissa.
Yeah.
And we'll let her take over again, because this is against her focus.
So her dreams started to get quite esoteric. She had like weird dreams, which at first she just thought that they were weird dreams, right? And so it's kind of like, okay, well, it's kind of weird dreams, kind of whatever, right? Well, I mean, as it turns out, the actions that she took in said dreams actually did matter, which Nissa doesn't have an understanding of magic or curses or anything like that. I mean, that's like the opposite of what she's built for. She has no idea about anything magical. She had no idea that her actions in these weird dreams would actually matter. And so like she would interact with the voice of Dagon. She would swim deeper in the sea that she was floating in whenever she had these dreams. And she kind of was just like, whatever, it's just a dream, right? Yeah, it turns out that every single time that happened, she was ever so slightly deepening the connection with Dagon. And they weren't getting oppressive per se, but like when Dagon eventually started to try and play his hand, basically try and get Nissa on his side, Nissa was like, "What? No, the hell, the fuck." Which then began to cause a little bit of dissonance between them, where then her weird dreams started to turn more into nightmares instead. But even so, she didn't really have an understanding of how all that shit worked. And she didn't know how problematic it was, or like that it was actually like a massive deal. So she kind of didn't really tell anyone. Which also came to bite her in the ass.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, in any case, so it was around the time that we left Tragia when we were like, okay, well, we have the pillar. We're on our way back to Saratha and to kind of like consolidate our resources and stuff like that. But like, we have some plans. We need more resources, and we don't really have the money to buy a lot of the resources. I mean, we have some money, but we're still pretty fucking broke at this point, especially for the insane amount of like costs that we need, such as for reconstructing Casper's mech. We didn't have the money or the resources very frequently, and so what we ended up doing was, on the way back to Saratha, we were like, well, fuck it, let's go mining. Let's go mining some asteroids for some iron and shit.
Oh,
Because Ashlyn and Melchior basically, they had the ability to basically use one of the stoves under deck and retrofitted it into like a makeshift forge. And so we were kind of like, okay, well, we can refine the ore that we mine from the asteroids ourselves. And so this was supposed to be a nice, relaxing venture where, we're taking some time to consolidate our resources, to kind of hang out and stuff like that, right? And then, as we were excavating one of the asteroids, we found this weird, like, little, like, platform or something, like this weird, like, stone structure inside one of the asteroids.
I thought it was a perfectly round void inside one of the asteroids we had checked out. Casper was the one that checked it out that activated it.
No,
because the hole was small enough.
I don't think so. The way that I remember it, the way that I remember it, there was that tablet on the inside or whatever it was.
That was the etching.
Yeah,
it was just
etching.
like on the wall or on the side wall, I believe.
Whomever like opened it up was kind of like, "Hey guys, come check this out. This is weird, right?" I think it was Nissa who read the etchings because because it was in, I believe it was deep speech.
Correct.
Or was it abyssal?
It was an abyssal.
It was in abyssal. Okay, abyssal. Because the thing about Yuan-Ti language is that it's a derivative of abyssal, so she was able to read it, and so she read it out loud. And from what I understand, it was her reading the runes or the etchings aloud that activated it.
Yeah, I mean, Casper was in there checking it out at first.
I think so as well. Yeah. Yeah.
And nothing went wrong.
Yeah, no, nothing went wrong. But yeah, so the pedestal gets activated, and suddenly it was a massive portal that is like sucking all of us into it. Remember,
Casper was point blank.
Yeah, remember, we're just trying to mine some resources and have like a nice time after, the fucking craziness that was the Tragia arc, right? And then we get thrust into this portal, which is a one-way portal that leads into a layer of the abyss known as the Driller's Hive.
All right, Yumi, can you send me some references for that, please, to put up
As
on
I
the screen?
recall, we were doing the mining because it was at this time that Melchior came up with the design for the Magnum.
Oh yeah, it was around that
Yeah.
time, wasn't it? It was that resources for the Magnum as well as resources for Casper's mech.
Hmm.
Well, extra resources for Casper's mech.
Yeah.
Like there was very much a reason to go mine. But then we found this damn thing. God damn it.
A whole detour.
Mm-hmm. Fucking Halloween session, god damn it.
More like Halloween sessions.
Yeah, it ended up being like 3 of them.
Horrifying. So the thing about this layer of the abyss, so basically how the abyss works is that it's kind of like, God, how
Well,
would you explain?
this layer of the abyss works like that. The abyss in general doesn't.
This, from
I mean,
what
yeah.
I heard, basically, the longer you were in there, it would slowly corrupt you into a bug demon.
Yes.
Well, yes,
It was
the
like
drill-
every hour you had to
So,
make a con save.
looking at Yumi, wow, there sure is a lot of TF in this campaign.
Yeah, Yumi.
Uh,
Although in Yumi's defense, and she has said this multiple times, this is just a thing in the lore. Like this is 5e lore. The Driller's Hive just
That is
turns
correct. Yes.
people
Yeah.
into bug demons if you're there long enough.
Hot, but
Casper
continue.
became a Casper during that time became a little black cat moth thing. Failed enough of the con saves because it was just a normal house cat's con.
Yeah. So basically, all of us were thrust into the situation, and again, the portal was one way, so we were like, "Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh god!" As characters, we were panicking because obviously we didn't know where we were. As players, we were in the Driller's Hive in the last campaign. And we know all about the Driller's Hive because that was horrifying. And so we were like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh god. Yeah, and so we were like we were desperately trying to find a way out, but there was a path. There was that path that you can see there. And so we followed the path for a while. And while we heard lots of weird insectoid noises, chittering, skittering off in the distance, beyond the trees and stuff like that, right? We felt that the air was basically like corroding our lungs, kind of like this acidic like tone to them. We found off in the distance, coming in our direction, a large bug creature. Hulking, looming ahead of us, walking towards us, and here we are, raising our weapons, ready to defend ourselves against this demonic like insect. And it turns out it was a friendly face. Our dear friend Lucos,
It was in the last campaign.
who was also in the last campaign.
We stole his sword and then we stole his hammer this time.
No, it was a spear last time.
I read it was a spear.
Yeah. So, Lucos is a very friendly, very friendly person. Surprisingly, he was corrupted by the Driller's Hive into a full bug demon. There was no going back. He used to be an angel, but his god basically abandoned him when his troop was basically trying to go into the Driller's Hive to collect that spear weapon that everyone was talking about. And so he was left behind. He was trapped, and he went with the last campaign's party to kind of like help them out for a bit. But I guess he came. But as he explained to us here, he came back in order to basically try and help people who were basically sucked into these portals all over the place. And he just
Apparently
happened to
this
be there.
happens a lot.
Yeah, apparently this happens a lot. And he was there to try and help people get back. And so, it was our turn to be helped back. But the thing is, things have been kind of rough lately, because the Demon Lord, who basically was controlling this layer of the Abyss, Tharzax, had basically set up these portals, and there wasn't really a way to reverse them without an item from Tharzax himself, an idol or something like that.
We also learned while we were here that he apparently had in his possession a Pillar of Want.
Yes.
So he said.
Well, yeah, so he said. But yeah, so it ultimately ended up with us needing to get the fuck out. And as like Lukos basically guiding us to the place where we could confront Tharzax and try to like steal the idol and then run the fuck back and get out of there, well, we were slowly but surely starting to transform. Some of us were getting insectoid features. I don't remember exactly what it was that everyone got in the end.
I can at least pull up Casper, because I actually did write these down, because it did become permanent.
Yeah.
I believe the handout still exists.
Oh,
What
yeah.
did you say?
Oh, the Joe's Hive corruption handout. But Casper got bug eyes, extra long claws, acid blood, fluffiness of a moth, and moth wings, and extra set of arms.
Yeah. I think a few of us also had more insectoid features growing on us as well. I think,
Yeah, you could grow patches of chitin.
yeah.
Else.
Melchior was actually very close to being fully corrupted as well, if I remember correctly.
Correct, which is weird because he actually has the second highest con of the party.
Yeah,
He was just
you
getting
got,
really unlucky.
yeah, just getting really unlucky. I
Yeah,
think Starlight was too, actually, by the end of it.
Yes, she was.
Like, Ashen was the only one who got literally nothing. Nissa got a couple things, but she was ultimately fine.
I believe I got the mandibles and chitin. I actually turned the chitin into the Hell Shield later. Like he's still technically carrying around a piece of himself in that regard.
Oh god. But yeah,
And I think the abdomen I also got.
Oh, did you? Wait, didn't you get the eyes? You got the eyes, the compound eyes, didn't you?
Casper definitely did.
Remember, I don't think
I
I
don't-
did get the eyes.
I know one of you guys did. One of you guys got the compound. I'm pretty sure
that-
it was
that was
you
Jasper.
because like your goggles didn't work. I remember
Yeah, it might
that.
have been both of us, because Casper ended up with it.
I don't remember, man. It's been 2 years.
It has
Yeah.
been 2 years.
You might have, no. Did you get it?
But yeah, so as all of us were like slowly but surely transforming into bug demons, we were trying to basically infiltrate Tharzax's like city, and we had to basically go off to basically like a barracks of his guards to find some sort of like token, which would basically let us go through the disintegrate anti-magic field around Tharzax's castle, infiltrate his castle, beat up Tharzax, grab the thing, and book it the fuck out of there. Because, you know, we were like level like 6, 7 maybe at the time. We were in no position to fight a demon lord.
I believe we
Wow.
actually breached level 8 from killing Tharzax.
But we didn't kill Tharzax in this one. That was the second time we came here.
Or from thwarting him at the very least.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, so Lukos did help a lot by tanking Tharzax, because apparently Lukos and Tharzax had a rivalry somehow. And Lukos basically was trying to crush Tharzax's heart, but because Tharzax is a demon lord and it's very fucking eldritch in body, right? Had his exposed ribs basically clench down and rip off Lukos's arm.
It was very John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, poor guy lost his arm, but he gave us enough time and enough energy and enough space to do what we needed to do, grab what we needed, and fucking book it. Lucas actually wanted to stay behind, but we were like, nah, fuck that shit. Also, in the castle of Tharzax, we find that there is a person, a man, who was trapped inside of like a circle, like a magical circle, a ritual circle, trapped in a shield and basically like chained up. It was someone that we as the players knew as Ironsides, another person from the previous campaign. Lucas and Ironsides actually didn't know each other, and Lucas was surprised to see Ironsides here. But we had to rescue Ironsides as well, who then also agreed to help us and come with us. And after, rescuing Ironsides, convincing Lucas to come with us rather than stay there because, he was in danger, like massive danger, especially the fact that he just got like his arm or his hand, chopped off. He was in no position to fight. He was going to be at a severe disadvantage, and we wanted to, at the very least, give him the opportunity to do more and like recover properly. And so we took him along. Him and Ironsides joined the party. We were able to escape. All of us, over the next few days, had all of our buggy features that grew on us recede, and we went back to normal, except Casper. Except Casper. Oh.
Yeah. What was his freaking con?
It was 4. It was 1, wasn't it? Or 2? He had -4. I remember that.
Nope. Con score of 10.
What?
Yep.
I thought he had like negative con.
He had -4 strength,
Oh, that might be what I'm thinking of then.
15 dex, 10 con, 18 intelligence.
Yeah. But yeah, Casper went from an awakened black cat to a black cat shaped moth demon.
Yep.
And yeah, so that was a thing. But yeah, also with time dilation between the planes, even though we were only from our perception, we were only there for like, maybe 6 hours at most, something like that.
It's like
Yeah.
2 weeks, I think.
I think it was either like 1 or 2 weeks, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Kafka, all alone on an abandoned ship floating next to some asteroids, was basically like crying their eyes out and panicking for like 1 or 2 weeks. And we came back, and Kafka, poor little bean, thinking that they lost a second crew, was like, "Oh my God, thank you so much, thank God, thank everything." Yeah, Kafka suffers. Kafka suffers. Poor Kafka.
Can't believe Yumi hates Kafka.
I know, right?
Kafka
God.
has gone through a lot.
Kafka has gone through a lot. Who's gone through more, Kafka or like one of us? Probably Kafka, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like Nissa
Yeah.
might be close. But Kafka
that's also
definitely
true.
beats, but Nissa's been through a lot.
Yeah, that's also true.
Nissa went through a lot at the start, not so much lately. Especially not in terms of like suffering.
That is
Yeah, no,
true.
her life, she's been getting the support she needs.
Celeste was in a really bad state later on, but not that bad.
Yeah, Kafka suffers. But like, so all of us were traumatized. We immediately got far away from that asteroid shit, and we cut our mining adventure short? Question mark.
Yeah, it was at this time, I believe, that we got our first call from Larius.
Yeah.
I don't think we got a call per se. We just we went back to Saratha very hesitantly because we were worried that we were wanted. But
Didn't we go back to Ronus first, and then we got a message from like a Spelljammer captain sent there to us?
No,
Wait,
that was
right,
that was on
I remember-
Saratha.
I remember what happened. Surprisingly, it was in the middle, I think, of us leaving. It was like in the middle of a fight with something. Oh no, we got out, rolled an encounter, and like some bandits and jumped onto the ship. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
when, we had finally beaten them. A couple were still alive. They surrendered. And then Nissa just whips out the X1 and execute this person.
No, that was the end of the Iroquois storyline. What you're
Oh,
thinking,
right.
what you're thinking of is the red Spelljammer, the pirate Spelljammer that was like harassing people leaving and going to Ronus that we slammed into.
That was before we went to Ronus the first time, though. We sold that ship off whenever we landed. on
Yeah.
Oh, really? God, fuck me.
Because,
Really?
yeah, I think after, like,
But either way, we did end up back on Saratha Charlin. That, yes, I know.
Yeah. It was on Saratha that Nissa got the letter. I know
Oh
that.
right,
for a
yeah.
fact.
The admiral dude like met us as we were flying up to Saratha Charlin, with the invitation to dinner.
Yeah.
No, that was after that was at the Astral Mall Market after we docked. Like that was at the dock. Like there was
Yeah,
a
it
there
was
was
at
a
the
there was a
dock.
Yuan Ti that was waiting for us, letter in hand, saw our Spelljammer, basically like, hey, Captain
Yeah,
Nissa, and
Like I
you
said,
know,
as we flew up.
and Nissa was like, how the fuck do you know that? And obviously accepted it, but was obviously fucking like extremely wary. the Yuan Ti guy like left, the messenger left, and Nissa opened the message and saw basically like dear Captain Nissa, I would something like I would like to like I'm very impressed with your exploits and stuff like that, and I would like to meet you at dinner. Signed, Larius. And
Don't forget, hydrate and stretch, Raya.
yeah, I am. Don't worry. But as you can imagine, kind of harrowing. How would Larius know the cover name that Nissa had, that Winona had, right? The name Nissa was only come up with on Rhodas and spread around a little bit on Tragia. Larius or anybody at Saratha Charlin would not know the name Nissa. And that was very harrowing, very scary. Nissa was, very angry. But the thing is, Larius also said in that he might have some information about the thing that we want, basically, telling us in much more discreet terms that he has some information that if we visit him at this dinner, that he would tell us where to find another pillar of want. And well, Issa fucking hated the idea of working with him, the one who kidnapped her and forcefully changed her and all this horrible stuff. But it was the only lead we had, and we were going to capitalize on the lead no matter what. And well, begrudgingly, we took some time to relax, and thankfully it was like maybe like a day or two out from that point.
Yeah.
And we had some time to unwind, so to speak. We all bought ourselves some nicer clothes to appear nice at this restaurant. And I think that was also the first time that Nissa also wandered in the Yuan Ti sector of the city, Saratha. So she actually got to see the best of the Empire, effectively. The best that someone of her stature, that her status could be offered. Because she was a Shita, she was already random Escratas and Sneechons were literally bowing to her as she just kind of meandered on by, right? Which was already jarring. But she actually was able to go into those mighty fine shops, get some really damn good clothes, and some other like drinks and items and stuff like that. And she also went to a place called the Sharir Palace. And the Sharir Palace is apparently something of a
It's a hookah lounge.
yeah, it's a hookah lounge. It's literally a hookah lounge specifically for Yuan-Ti,
There it
using a drug called Osra, which can basically have multiple effects as you breathe it in. It was honestly pretty cool. She actually had like you could actually like smoke it or like breathe in the smoke or whatever using like a device or whatever to basically instill relaxation or other various effects like that, right? And that was the first time that she's ever done a anything like that recreationally.
It was, and don't forget, the smoke is toxic to anything but Yuan-Ti.
Correct. And so when she came home later that night, everybody was really worried because like, well, the last time that Nissa had left, she was kidnapped, and so everyone's worried like, hey, where the hell have you been going? Where the hell have you been all these hours? We were about to go looking for you again. I was like, oh, sorry, I was taking some time off. And then they smell her clothes, and suddenly everyone's like nostrils started to burn and started to like dry heave and like cough, like, what the fuck? Because it's toxic to them.
she came home drooled out of her mind.
And Nissa went back the next day after that too.
Yeah.
Because well, let's just say her mental state was very much not the best. The reason that she went to the Sharir Palace in the first place was because she was basically on the verge of a mental breakdown going around the Yuan-Ti quarter, and Kafka wanted to like help her and prevent that. And so Kafka was like, you know what? There's a place called the Sharir Palace which apparently can help soothe your mind and body with that sort of thing, right? And basically Nissa, in a moment of like desperation, because she wasn't able to basically comprehend everything that's going on mentally, she went and she enjoyed it, and she like was actually relaxed for the first time in fucking God knows how long. And so she went back the next day, and she would have gone back like shortly before the Larius dinner if everybody else didn't effectively have an intervention. I mean, you can explain that if you want.
What's to explain? It was an intervention. You all know how they go.
Yeah, basically, Nissa had like bought some more Asra bags with her back to the ship, thinking that maybe she could get away with buying one of those machines for herself and then toking up in the captain's quarters. But that was not really keeping in mind the fact that the smoke can probably travel between the floorboards and fucking kill everyone else.
That was a step too far. That's what sparked the intervention.
Yes, it was in fact what sparked the intervention. And so, everybody, kind of intervened, and Nissa was like, all right, fine, I understand where you're coming from. Let's nip it in the bud before we go. But before it gets out of hand. And well, that was the right call. But she had a nice, relaxing few days. We actually
This is also the time that Melchior continued his habit of making Skaven things and made the Doom Wheel.
Yeah.
That's true. It was actually like during those 2 days leading up to Larius's
It
dinner.
was, yes, because we used the Rattleback Stadium to get the funds for the fancy fancy clothes.
Yeah, true. Actually, I mean, go ahead. That was your thing. Go ahead and explain that.
So yeah, the Doom Wheel is exactly what it sounds. If you know Warhammer Fantasy, you know exactly what it is. It's a big-ass mono wheel with these segmented plates that run along the circumference of it that he essentially inserted spikes into, and then 2 long chains. And then he capped the sides with turbine blades, which he used that steam heart that he had to power. So he essentially made a mobile power generator with crushing steel plates on it that he used in the Rattleback Stadium, which is essentially a place where inventors of all walks of life and all forms of madness come together and test their contraptions to see who can go the fastest and not die in the process, to go around a couple laps in essentially what's like an artificer hippodrome.
There was just a guy with a wood cart with a rocket strapped to it.
Yep, that was a pair of goblins, as I recall. They had strapped a jet engine to a mine cart, and they were like, "Fuck it, let's go." And they proceeded to just go in a straight line because they forgot to install a way to turn it and crash into the stands.
It was insane.
But yeah, there was a huge race going on. We found out that there was a way that the racers would install weaponry to use on each other during this race to try and trip one another up. They weren't allowed to outright try and kill one another, but it often went that way anyway.
Yeah.
Smile.
And Melchior had created such a high-powered option that even without any weaponry attached to it, we still ended up winning the race against a veteran named
Who we
Red.
learned, yes, who we later learned has some space age shit.
Yeah. He's a mystery tool that we'll use later.
Yes.
We'll get to that later.
Is this a mystery tool?
Red is also the fuck ass that tried to launch a grappling hook onto the Doom Wheel in motion, only to find out that shooting a rope into a turbine blade does not end well
For anyone involved.
for anybody involved.
Oh man, I forgot about that detail.
If I remember correctly, the Doom Wheel actually like completely fell to pieces after the finish line.
It did, yes. So Melchior had to rebuild it into the Doom Wheel Mark II later on down the line.
Yumi wants you to describe Red's vehicle.
I don't remember his vehicle.
Do you
Oh,
remember his vehicle?
And this is 2 years ago, man.
it was
It was
a
like 1.5.
red. It was a red painted stone motor or like hover motorcycle. I can't really remember much more than that, but it used technology from the Izanagi.
Yes.
A lot of it.
Yes. That was the big thing.
We should steal it for ourselves. Obviously, retroactively go back in time and yank it for the race. I think. Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Of course, of course.
I doubt Zips will mind.
Yeah.
That's the first time that Melchior made a potentially deadly vehicle, something that he has made 3 times now.
What
Yeah.
does the Hell Pod count?
Yes,
Okay,
it
fair.
has to count.
Yeah, I guess it does have to count, doesn't
So-
it?
We became legends for that feat.
Yeah, we did.
And then things continue to get even crazier. But again, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Fucking, really, that really is just kind of like our. Oh, God.
That's just this whole
Yeah,
stream of just.
the
we'll
Rattleback
get to
Stadium was really profitable. It turned us like a couple thousand gold a profit.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. It was actually quite nice, TM.
Yeah, imagine getting
Again,
money
because
twice.
nobody paid us for fucking anything we ever did.
Yeah,
we
Yubi.
we got an employer that that has been paying us, and Milker's opinion of them was a bit low at first, but with every payment it rises.
It's true. It is true. It is.
It's
It
just
is
nice
expensive.
to actually have a sponsor that's willing to pay out now.
All thanks to Nissa being friends with him.
But we'll get to that.
Let's not go that far.
All right,
What?
all right, lovers then.
Oh god, consort. As Krenos wanted, apparently.
I mean, listen. I mean, you look close enough to sell him.
That's later. That's later, doll. Don't worry.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Sometime in about 3 hours.
Yeah, that was during the fourth pillar. Yeah, that was the fourth pillar. We still have
Yeah, that was the
two
fourth
other
pillar.
pillars to go.
But yeah, eventually we met up with Larius for dinner at a local lizard folk restaurant.
yeah,
Oh, right, that's where we were. Jesus.
yeah. It was a nice place in the Gold District, the second tier. Larius apparently visits that place every now and again. Oh, goodbye. Bye, Yumi. It was nice knowing you.
Alrighty.
All right, bye. All right, so
No.
time to make things wildly inaccurate to make you seem bad as a DM.
Don't
Oh my
worry,
God.
this recap is going to take longer than a session will, so it's
Yes.
alright.
Yes, it will. Hey, I knew this. I warned people about this.
I mean, worst case, we can. Once we think we're about halfway through, we can stop and save the rest for another thing at some point. I don't know. Hey, is it? I don't suppose it was free on freaking I don't know Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, actually, I would be
I-
free.
I
would
am
be as
free.
well.
All right, so once we'll stop about halfway because there's no way we can actually get through all this in one thing.
No.
So we're gonna have to
No.
split it in half.
We would be here for like 8 hours.
God, yeah.
Yeah.
Not even. Not even. We'd be here for closer to 12. Like, come on.
Well,
My
to be-
first iteration was already 23 fucking hours.
To be fair, we've accelerated quite a bit since the first hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first hour and a half we were just being really slow, but you know we've actually pushed the story along.
We have actually.
Yeah.
We-
So
yeah.
listen. Well, once we think we can basically do the rest in the next session, that's when we'll stop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Continue
Um,
dinner.
Okay, so yeah, so how Larius had it set up was maybe moderately concerning for us. So everybody obviously came there with no weapons, as agreed upon, and well, I guess minimal weapons is the right term, and
Melchior came outside of his armor too, which was
yeah,
fun.
exactly. So like the thing about Melchior's armor and stuff like that is that it's only AC. The fact that he has like a negative modifier for dexterity means that his AC without his armor was like 8 or 9.
It was 8, yes.
It was 8. So you know, but either
Hang
way,
on, isn't the minimum 10?
no, it's
The
10 at
default is
default.
10, but because he has a negative to dexterity, it applies to your unarmored.
Oh my god.
Yes. So Melchior had 8 AC and no weapons going into this. So you know we were really like even though he didn't deserve it in the slightest, we were giving him a lot of goddamn grace, and we were putting a lot of trust into Larius to not fucking like destroy us.
We did make up for it by also giving him a lot of shit while we were there.
It's true. It was a lot of fun because while basically how it was kind of set up, Larius had been in one of the places, one of the rooms. Basically, how this restaurant had is that they had like public tables and stuff like that, like a normal restaurant. But then they also had private rooms behind the curtain and stuff like that. And so Larius was inside one of these private rooms. Basically like a VIP room. And Larius was waiting for me. Specifically me. I was the only one allowed to go in that room. The rest of the party had to be brought next door to a room next door. And like, you know, everything was on Larius's budget. Larius was the one who was paying for everything, which was nice. And Nissa, obviously walking in, well, I guess slithering in, was very much like, okay, this asshole right here, this smug asshole who kidnapped me and transformed me against my will, I want to beat him the fuck up, but I can't because They need to be nice because this is our only shot at getting another pillar. There's nothing we can do, but so she really had to control herself. But she was very forthcoming with saying, "Hey, I want the rest of my crew to be here. I want the rest of my party to be here and listen in and stuff like that, right?" And Larius was like, "Oh, don't worry. We already have a plan for that." And so he used his big ass fucking tail to literally break open a hole in the wall to the next door room where the rest of the party was so that they could listen in. Fucking
His own glory holes.
Yeah. Oh my god. He does, doesn't he? Jesus. It's like, okay, well, that's that. True, the rest of the party was being cucked at this point. But yeah, so at that point, it was like discussions
Like
kind of
needed more reason to hate him.
Yeah, true. But no, at that point, discussions started to go off. But basically, like, Larius, before everything, basically slid over a menu and was basically like, "Hey, order anything. It's on me. Get anything you want." And this, not knowing what the hell to get, was basically just kind of like, "Okay, fuck it. Just give me the special today. Fuck it, right?" Because she was very stressed. Her emotions were all over the goddamn place, and she spent the last 2 days toking it up because that was the only way to prevent her from having a mental breakdown. So, she's experiencing a lot of stress. And so she's trying to make the best of the situation by just getting like the special, the best thing on the menu. And so we start discussing things. At first, it was like very, very tense conversation with Larius leading the conversation. With Larius basically saying, "Hey, the way that I know about you and your exploits on Trigia and Ronus and stuff like that is because using the matter that you left behind, the skin that sloughed off in my lab, I have been using the scry spell to spy on you very regularly." That asshole was using the scraps of flesh that Winona left behind to spy on the group to see what they were doing. Real, literally stalker. Such an asshole. And so, obviously, that was very uncomfortable. That was extremely uncomfortable. And so, we went off a little bit more, and we started to get into the whole conversation. In the meantime, though, as like everyone was ordering food, right, through the glory hole that Larius made, the rest of the party wanted to really stick it to him by ordering as much of the most expensive stuff as possible. I think Celeste ordered like 5 bottles of the most. Sorry, not Celeste.
No, it was Casper.
Casper ordered 5 of the most expensive bottles of wine on the menu. Saying like, Larius is paying for it, and Larius is just like sitting there grumbling. I think Melchior did something similar as well.
He actually ordered the special as well.
It's true. So yeah, the food comes out, and everyone starts eating. I mean, this is eating, everyone else is eating. Turns out the special, whatever it is really, really good. Actually tastes like really good. And then Larius peeps up. "Oh, Nissa, I'm surprised that you're taking up to eating a human so well." Yeah, the special on the menu was human meat, and Nissa had just been eating it, and it tasted good. Oh.
Not just her, but Melchior next door. He was still a gnome at this point. So
Yeah.
I mean, still technically not cannibalism, so it's fine, I guess.
Oh yeah. So Nissa immediately was like, "Okay, well this is big time no." She like faltered, pushed it away, and had to stop herself from vomiting because she
And
was a
reminder-
human.
And reminder again, he could have just told her what it was at any point. He waited until she dug in.
Yes. Larius did that on purpose. The fucking asshole.
Meanwhile, Melchior, on the other hand, paused and then finished the play.
It's true. He did. I think like either Casper or Starlight, one of you two, actually like kind of looked at him very like,
It was
Really?
Casper.
yeah, it's kind of like, really. But yeah,
It's like, what? I'm not a human. Okay.
damn.
They're already dead.
So yeah, the conversation actually then did go up into what Larius wanted from us. And that was basically, he was going to trade the location of another pillar, or at least give us the information to try and like get us on the right track to finding a pillar via one of his contacts on Ronus. There's an isle there called the Ebon Isles, where basically his contact was like living because well, Larius had a pupil who didn't agree with Larius's like style of flesh crafting, or rather maybe like more closer his morals in doing so. Not in the good way either. She thought that Larius only like quote unquote rewarding those that he seems like that he deems like that he thinks like deserve it or whatever, in like say in this case, she wanted to basically be like, let's just uplift everyone to our superior species. Why aren't we doing that? And so they had a massive disagreement. Larius had effectively banished her for her like flesh crafting crimes and her like difference in ideals in the art of flesh crafting. And she was so like angry and bitter about that ever since then she has been basically starting her own thing and well, sending assassins to try and kill Larius as revenge. Specifically, these like weird shadowy assassins, because as it turns out, her her ability to go flesh crafting and stuff like that, or like her ability to do flesh crafting, involved more than just turning people into Yuan Ti. It also involved, well, basically, like resurrecting people in a way. And as it turns out, he needs us to go stop her because she was being very problematic and she was making quite great strides that he didn't want her to make. And
It
so
actually was not necromancy, by the way. It was actually an old race that got resurrected by her. But again, we'll get to that.
yeah, we'll get to that.
What was her name again? I want to see if I have a token.
Ericus.
Now we do have a token of her.
Her name was Ericus. Wait, that's Ericus's token?
Yeah,
That's yep.
back when she was still wearing her disguise.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not sure I have an undisguised version then.
Was it? It might. I can't remember. If the undisguised was just like
It was an Izanagi
standard.
construct.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just like a standard Izanagi construct.
Wait, spoilers.
I don't think it was standard. I think she does have a custom one. But
Yeah, I think so as well. I think she did like custom make her own based off of like Izanagi stuff.
It was a repurposed Izanagi.
That's later though. That's spoilers. That's spoilers.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But yeah, so basically he needed us to kill or at the very least like stop or prevent Ericus from doing what she's doing. Because he didn't want to he was just annoyed that he was like having to deal with these shadow assassins all the goddamn time. And then it was around this time when we basically started talking like, hey, fine, we will help you, but we won't be happy about it. And it also does come up with a few more like caveats to that, such as Larius had to get rid of the scraps of DNA of Winona's old body. Because that's creepy.
Yeah.
That's very creepy. And he was like, fine, so be it. As a gesture of good faith, I'll make it so. Because the thing is, like, he considers Nissa a very good subject, a very good perfect like creation of his. And so
Magnum opus.
his I can't say magnum opus per se, but he did hold the work that he did on her in very high regard. And he wanted the best for her. Smile. And so he was willing to do things like this, even if they were kind of more unreasonable demands, so to speak, in regards that we don't really have the power to force him to do any of this. He was doing this out of good faith. And so we were like, okay, we'll go to the Ebon Isles on Ronus, deal with Iroquois, and your contact will then tell us more about the pillar's location, and we'll get the pillar, and then we'll never contact each other again, or whatever. But like, we still were given a ascending stone that connected directly to Larius, and then it was around that time when the restaurant got attacked. It got attacked by these shadowy assassins that Iroquois sent to try and assassinate Larius. But hey, we were there. We were like unarmored and unarmed, generally speaking. But we had a few ways to, do things. Melchior didn't. He had 8 AC and no weapons. Melchior literally ran away because he had fucking nothing, which is, you know what, valid.
Yeah.
Nissa had the weapon of Dagon, the Benthic Crusher, as it's called, because the fact that it was bound to her, every single time that she tried to like get rid of it, it would just teleport directly back to her, whether it's on her hip, on the ground, directly where she goes, wherever. It just keeps teleporting to her, and she can't get rid of it. So she always has that weapon with her, for better or for worse. In this case, for better. She was able to defend herself. She was able to protect Larius, even though he didn't really need it. But like, we had to kill those assassins, which we did. We actually kept one of them alive. One of them, a sorcerer, a Yuan-Ti sorcerer, who was basically like on Iroquois' side, was basically like, oh my god, all my friends are dead, I need to get out of here. We did not let her get out of there.
Yeah.
We stopped her. We knocked her unconscious. And Melchior came back at around this time. It was basically like, oh, hold on a second. I know a way to get like all the information out of her. It's a sorceress, isn't she? Remember Amber, the soul, the sorceress ghost from Sarkonia back in Land's End. All right, Amber, go ahead and take over the body.
God.
And it worked. Amber took over that lady's body, and was able to basically start rooting around the mind of this individual, who again had like secrets that we could use against Iroquois in some capacity, and all that stuff. Can someone else?
Round 3 of coffee.
Can someone else take over my throat?
Oh, Yeah. Where did you leave off? I literally just sat back down.
Oh,
in-
Amber had just gotten into the snake body.
Right. So, Amber being in this body meant that she had access to all of her thoughts and memories and all that. So she starts pulling out information and sending it to us bit by bit as she recovered it, telling us about the ways that the shadow creatures were created, the fact that Iroquois had essentially taken over the Ebon Isles entirely at this point, and giving us directions as to where to go, saying that Iroquois had essentially made her secret lair, quote unquote, in an isolated place upon the Ebon Isles, and essentially instructing us on how to deal with her. So we're like, all right. Well, now Iroquois has kind of made it personal, so we're going to head over there immediately. Larius agreed, sent us off. We decided to fly all the way back to Ronus.
Yeah. This comes back into the whole thing about how our party is very vengeful. Very
We
vengeful.
really are. So we land in the Ebon Isles. We discovered that most everybody in this small village upon Ebon Isles, I can't even remember its name anymore, was missing at that point, except for a handful of people. There were a couple points of interest scattered out over the isles that were apparently remains of old Izanagi temples. And that Iroquois had been using the technology from these temples for the creation of these shadow folk. And we're like, all right, fine, we'll start going investigating these. We trek through the jungle, get into some shenanigans. At one point, Starlight ends up creating this rift between the realms, gets thrown into them, and starts a fight with a Wendigo that didn't end well.
Oh no, there was
Oh,
there was a Fey portal. That was a Fey portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, whole rip between the realms, ended up in there. She decided to ambush a Wendigo, got Benny Hilled around for a little while until the rest of us found a way to go and rescue her.
Yeah.
Classic Starlight.
All kinds of shenanigans. Oh, hey!
Oh wow, I'm surprised you found it.
Oh yeah, right. I was like, hey, we
Edinburgh.
have it. You should put it out.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, Magatris's residence over there was the name of the contact that Larius sent us to find. Only we found out whenever we arrived that he had been dead for some time and was currently rotting inside that building.
No, the contact was Lyari.
Yeah.
Wasn't Lyari the sheriff?
No. Lyari was
Lyari
the
was-
botanist.
Yeah, the botanist and the
He
the
was
old
he was
school.
the elf that had been turned into a Yuan-Ti by Larius a while back.
Either way, I know that we found the body of somebody in that fucking residence. I forget
care,
how we
Stalker.
connected to him. I think he was Lyari's friend.
Yes, it was Lyari's friend.
So, yeah,
It was
we
the
did-
friend who explored and found out things about the cult, and was killed for it.
We went over there to check on him, found his body. We came outside, the sheriff caught us. And for once, we got blamed for a crime we didn't commit.
Listen, I know we
And-
usually do this, but I swear it wasn't us this time.
And had to go to those cult strongholds in order to prove our innocence, more or less, to work with the sheriff in bringing this cult run by Iroquois down.
Also,
So that's what
Liari.
led us to trek all over the place. We discovered some
Yeah,
Izanaki
Larry.
ruins at the bottom of a giant lake in the Ebon Isles. We found our first Reaver, which is a kind of Izanaki construct, which proceeded to kick our ass
Oh yeah.
until Nissa got angry, swam down there, and then kicked its ass.
It's true. I don't know how this was able to be the one to fucking murder that. Well, I mean, to be
Benthic
fair,
Crusher.
it was. Well, yes, but it was a conceded effort by everyone. It was just that when Melchior went into that lake, into the deep hole, he was ambushed. He didn't really have a way to deal with like the pressure differential of everything very easily. But because of the Benthic Crusher giving Nissa like water breathing and basically immunity to the pressure in water, she was able to go down there, basically try to help Melchior, who was bleeding out, and like wrangled that bitch into at least retreating.
And then we flew the Spelljammer down there later
Yeah.
and subjected it to a full broadside.
Yeah. Again, vengeful party.
I think at that point, Casper had was also able to go around in the water
I
from
think
an
so.
upgrade he got.
Yeah, he
To his
upgraded his.
Yeah, I believe we upgraded him with that after the lake incident, because we came to the realization that, oh shit, all terrain stuff is kind of one of our weaknesses.
Yeah.
But eventually we round up all that we need. We get all the evidence required, and we find out. Turns out that the cult was in the main village the entire time. Anyway, they had a little mansion that they'd shacked up in, and we planned a raid. But we gotten back there all beaten up from our encounter with the Reaver. Things were going south. We're like, we're going to do this in the morning. We go back to the ship for the night. And then the shadows arrive. They slip in the night, and they kidnap Melchior and leave behind a doppelganger. So, the party goes off to one final cult stronghold first, which was these ruins. I can't remember what it was we were looking for in them anymore.
It was definitely in Izanagi ruins, kind of in the cliffside above the lake. We basically had been told by the flowers and Lyari that like everything pointed to the pillar being inside there, and so that's where we wanted to go. We wanted to grab the pillar.
Except it turns out that, the pillar wasn't there. What was Ericus. So the party goes through this trap-laden dungeon, Melchior's doppelganger doing everything it could to ensure that they hit every fucking trap on the way, and then at the very end reveals himself and helps bring the party down for the first TPK.
Well, quote-unquote TPK.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Melchior doppelganger, it's so funny because during that fight, like, all of us were really low, but we were holding it together relatively well in that fight. And it was at that point where Webb asked us, as Melchior, like, okay, how's everyone's health looking like, right? And so we rattled off our exact health values to him, thinking, oh yeah, he's just deciding who to heal or something like that, right? And then he uses magic missile to down both Nissa and Starlight in one fell swoop. He used that information against us. It was the most fucking, like, it was an awesome betrayal, but fuck, it sucked.
I had so much fun throughout that entire labyrinth, dropping little hints that it wasn't Melchior that was doing all this.
And see, the thing is,
From
we
triggering
all...
traps to ending up in a room full of fungus and him reacting with disgust.
Yeah.
Something
Literally...
that Raya picked up on at that.
Yeah. I think several of us actually picked up on, like, some of these things. All of us were like, huh, some of the stuff is kind of weird with Melchior, but, maybe it's just like a quirky thing or something like that, right? All of us were thinking about it. I think I was the only one who verbalized it with the mushroom comet specifically, but we didn't actually act on it.
Yeah.
Because we weren't exactly sure. But yeah, he got us. He got us fucking good.
So party goes down, gets stabilized, and brought to the mansion as prisoners instead. They get thrown up into their various cells. And I believe it was the sheriff that helps break you out later. I can't remember how you all escaped.
it was Casper that managed to get out because it's just a cat. So he was able to go through, like, I think some of the drains in the walls.
Yeah, something like that.
He's stealthing around, and then managed to bust, I think, Starlight out by the time.
Yeah, Starlight and Casper were in the same cell. Nissa was actually in a different spot because she, like, so basically everyone was unconscious. Everyone was taken prisoner, put into the basement of that manor, and all that stuff, right? Nissa couldn't be completely disarmed because of the Benthic Crusher. So she had to, basically had extra precautions taken to really contain her because, like, well, obviously she has a weapon and she could use that. Casper and Starlight were in a separate cell, completely disarmed, and they were getting out themselves. It's actually kind of an interesting thing because this was one of this was actually something of a major character moment for Nissa in regards to the fact that this was the first time that she actually ended up trying to play ball with the guards that were trying to guard her. She was chained to a pipe, which she got out of pretty easily, but there was a magical barrier keeping her in place in like a corner. And so the guards expected her to get out of the chains, which is fine because she has the Benthic Crusher. But basically, she tried to be more stealthy. She tried to manipulate them. And she did, using her newfound Yuan-Ti ability of suggestion. Basically, snake tongue. She manipulated one of the guards into basically wanting to take one of Nissa's coins that she had on her body, or on her, in her equipment, in her inventory. And this coin, once it was given to Nissa, well, it was a special coin. And she was like, ha, idiots, suckers, see you later. She crushed the coin in her hand. Suddenly a doorway appeared to the Golden Serpent Lounge.
Yeah, I forgot you had that.
And she just fucking walked through the door. And, like, she didn't escape necessarily. Bear in mind, she was still extremely battered and bruised. She was still basically, beaten, bloodied, disarmed. And so basically she stumbled into the Golden Serpent Lounge, basically pleading to Gallus, I will do anything if you can help me break my crew out before anything bad happens to them. To Melchior, to Casper, to Starlight. She would do anything to prevent them from being killed. Because Kafka was also missing at that point. And she felt that it was her responsibility as the designated captain of the ship to basically protect everyone, to keep everyone safe. And in this case, she had failed, and so she needed to protect everyone and get them out safely. She even offered up her old name of Winona to Gallus. How normally Gallus doesn't take names. She normally deals with stories, but she was so desperate that she is willing to give up her previous identity, her previous life, her previous existence, just for a temporary boost so she could get her friends, her crew out safely. Gallus said no. What she did do is she said, you owe me one. And so, basically saying, I'm going to call in a favor that you have to do, and if you don't do that favor, then I'll turn you into a snake familiar of mine forevermore. Which is, fucking harsh and risky, but Nissa decided to go for it. And so she was given potion of fire giant strength, as well as healing potions, and a variety of other things to give her the necessary things to get out. She drank it all, and her now invigorated and angry, she broke herself out, absolutely fucking murdered the guards. Like, with her newfound strength, well, there would be adverse effects in the future, but it was basically like later down the line after everything was done.
Ooh, drugs.
Yeah, true. But like with her newfound strength and her newfound confidence and her and just like vengeance burning in her eyes, she broke free. She actually just absolutely clobbered the guards, literally throwing them around the walls, smashing their heads and their bodies into into like every surface imaginable. They're panicking, like if they're like, well, one of them gets killed like instantly. I think their neck like snaps upon impact with a wall because Nissa threw them so hard. The other one tries to run. Nissa is able to catch up to them, grab them, like snaps their spine and throws them through the door, basically announcing her presence to the rest of them, to the rest of the group outside there. And she's out for blood.
Melchior at this time is willingly having an autopsy done on him so that he could figure out what the shroud does to his body, and striking up a kind of professional relationship with Ericus.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, I think during your rampage, that's when Casper got his little mechanical arm back, so he could actually do stuff again.
Yeah.
So he was actually conscious while the autopsy was being performed on him, with major amounts of fucking painkillers and such being flooded into him, using a mirror being held up above him to inspect his own organs, because he's never found another person that has been able to survive the shroud infection other than himself. So, yeah, I suppose it was technically aggressive exploratory surgery.
Yeah, you fucking would.
It was through this that Melchior learned a lot about how the shroud interacts with the people that it infects, and exactly what it does on the. Well, a biopsy is usually just a small sample, isn't it? Whereas he was actually opened up like a fucking book, so you know.
I can look it up.
Yeah, a biopsy is usually a little circular punch on the skin. At least that's what I know.
Let's see. And it's the removal of a sample, not. Let's see, versus autopsy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melchior had like entire organs removed and regenerated.
Yeah,
Correct. It is.
Yeah, there was autopsy includes dissection. It's supposed to be on corpses, but well, Melchior wasn't exactly dead, so.
Either way, party eventually finds him chained to a table behind a fake wall in the fireplace, because of course it was. Classic. Vivisection. Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds much better.
But they eventually break in, free him. He picks up Ericus's notes and he's studying them while the rest of the party goes on their fucking rampage. Goes up to the second floor to find Ericus and deal with her. And it turns into a major event, because this is when she reveals her other form.
Hang on.
And she reveals that she is no longer a regular UIT.
I think it should be worth noting that the second story the second story was like empty. It was there that we found out what she wanted to do with like what her plan was, especially looking outside the window there. But The Irikis was outside channeling the ritual that she was doing, I think, on the bridge.
Yeah.
Well, she had like an illusion or something behind her desk talking to you, as I recall.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She did have an illusion talking to us.
Essentially explaining that she was attempting to resurrect the Izanagi using some ancient fucking forgotten ritual. The same
Yeah.
ritual by which that she had resurrected the Shadow People, which were once upon a time servants of the Izanagi.
Aren't we all?
Not the Ankiri.
As it gradually gets broken down less and less. Yep, there it is.
It's so shockingly huge. God, I thought it would
Yumi
just be
likes it
smaller.
huge.
Yeah, she does.
She's- So, naturally, this kind of a ritual would result in the fucking apocalypse for not just this planet, but for basically every single one in a large radius, potentially even the entire Yuan Ti Empire.
See,
So we couldn't really allow that.
so one explanation for like why that would be so extremely bad is the Izanagi saw all of the races in the world, like humans, Yuan Ti, everything. They saw them as slavekin, and they were slaves
Yeah,
to the Izanagi.
Well, I think they also created a bunch.
Yes.
Yeah, they
The
definitely did.
Izanagi were also major soul manipulators. They were famed for taking the souls of their slavekin, and even from themselves, and implanting it into stone constructs exactly like that one. The Reaver, for example, that we fought in the underwater segment, was apparently a favored slave that was used as guard dogs for them.
Yeah.
They were real nasty pieces of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we get into a big battle just outside the manor. It doesn't go well.
Yeah. One of the main things to note is that hold on one second. It is Oricon of them. But yeah, one of the main things in that we see outside the manor on that bridge, as we see Irikis basically channeling the magic to like a rotating or like an orbiting Izanagi satellite, effectively, that would be able to contact the other facilities to do this resurrection process. She had Kafka. She had Kafka in sword form in her hand, and she was using Kafka as a magical conduit. And Kafka was in complete and utter agony. Because, as it turns out, so remember a long time ago at the very beginning of the explanation how I said that, Kafka had a connection with Ruby, the dreamer of the Ruby's Lance, that, before our Spelljammer. They had a piece of Ruby's soul still left inside them, and that was like, kind of like, the thing that sort of made them happy, made them content, made them empowered, in a way. Irikis had ripped the soul of Ruby out of Kafka and consumed it, basically. Like, Ruby faced oblivion, and Kafka lost the last piece of themselves, of their past. And they were torn apart. Quite literally, actually. If you can pull up the red instance of Kafka now.
All right.
Extreme Kafka.
Yeah, Kafka suffers.
Can't believe Yumi hates Kafka.
I know, right? It's so sad.
You can see some of the red on the wings.
Yeah, those are the scars that they suffered from this. Literally held together by like red magical strands. That's the only thing they could do. Oh my god, Ghostgar. But yeah, seeing this, all of us, pretty much all of us, entered something of a frenzy. Because how dare you do this to Kafka? And well, that's ultimately what we ended up doing. During our fight, Nissa's whole thing, being the hulking, like, behemoth of, like, pure rage and vengeance that she was at this point, like, you know, drugged up by these potions that Gallus gave her, she went directly for Iroquois. She coiled around Iroquois, preventing her from moving, preventing her from doing anything, really. She kept her grip on Iroquois so tight and did everything in her power to wrest Kafka from her hands. To try and save Kafka. Everyone else was doing their own thing, trying to do things. Starlight actually took the X1 in this instance because she could fly and use the rifle. Because, you know, Nissa was very up close and personal at this current point in time. She was able to basically hand off the rifle for this. But, like, shit's fucked. Kafka suffers. And, you know, after Kafka gets freed, we send Kafka away. And at this time as well, the sheriff, Ironsides, and Lucos also was helping us in the fight on the opposite side of the bridge. But there was a phase 2. There was a phase 2. Anybody else remember the phase 2? I remember the phase 2.
I
Yes,
don't.
I remember.
Yeah, it turns out Yumi likes her phase 2s.
I feel like every major enemy we've encountered has had a phase 2.
When Iroquois entered phase 2, this is also about the time that the party starts losing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The sheer amount of shadows that were being summoned up, Iroquois' raw power by herself, it was just gradually wearing down every member of the party. I think they were pretty much all on single digits. And Melchior decides he doesn't want to see either any of his party members or Iroquois die from this. So he runs up to Iroquois, and one of the things that they had gotten during their little escapades in all these ruins was a portable hole. And it just so happened the other thing that he had made was a bag of holding. So he pulls the classic and he combines the two and creates an AoE grenade that sucks him, Iroquois, and a couple other shadows into the Astral Sea.
And I
It was
think
a shadow and occultist, yeah.
Along with a significant portion of the bridge that they were on.
It's true.
Naturally, without Iroquois there, the ritual fails. The rest of the shadows are like, oh shit, and scatter. And now Melchior is just kind of stranded in the Astral Sea with her, just kind of chilling out for the time being. Like, you know what? The others can enter the Astral Sea at will. They'll find a way to get to me. His armor at this point protected him from the Astral Sea, gave him the ability to breathe. He was fine with it. Until it turns out that the reason that Iroquois was in her construct form is because she had split her soul, much like a lich does. And her actual body was in a different facility down underneath that lake in the Ebon Isles, and she couldn't actually go far away from it, otherwise her soul would start to split in half completely. The Astral Sea is rather far away,
Yeah, a little bit.
so she promptly starts to degrade. And she decides before she fades away, she's at the very least going to give Melchior all of the knowledge that he had sought, because they, as I'd said, they struck up kind of professional courtesy with one another before that point. She actually wrote it in his stone armor, just scribed everything that she could using kind of form a stone shape, bit by bit, as she started withering away into nothing. As she's doing this, the rest of the party goes off on their own little adventure to find a way to open up a portal to the Astral Sea, targeted onto Melchior itself, using a kind of advanced teleportation courier system. An idea brought about by Starlight.
Because of course.
Yeah, I think it was Starlight that came up with that.
Yeah. It was also a very harrowing moment seeing all this happen because, well, Nissa thought that Melchior was just dead until someone smarter, told her, hey, he's just displaced and we gotta get him back. It's like, oh, okay, thank God.
Yeah, that was Casper, I believe.
Yeah,
I
I
believe
think
you
Casper
also
was...
you also did a sending to him, which managed
Yeah.
to work despite the planar difference. But the group manages to get this transportation network up and running. They open up a portal into the Astral Sea. It pops up next to Melchior. Melchior sends through the cultist, because he was just fucking lost and damn near dying at this point. And then, to everybody else's surprise, what he does is he casts Reduce on Irakis and throws her through the portal next.
Yep.
And the cultist and the shadow came along.
Yeah, so suddenly, Nemesis is back for round 2, just pops down in front of them. This naturally sent a wave of surprise through the party, especially since Melchior followed right after.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of tension promptly erupts through the party.
Yeah, I mean, I think immediately, everyone immediately starts trying to attack Irakis and chase her out of the ship, right?
What
More or
I
less.
remember it was like the shadow attacked.
No.
No?
No. The Shadow and the Farm Girl cultists, they were kind of vibing there. Irakis, because everyone was tense at them, but seeing Irakis, everyone went into a borderline frenzy. It's kind of like, oh my god, Melchior, what the hell are you doing? She's our enemy, we have to kill her, or she tried to kill us, or whatever, all that stuff, right? And so we start trying to pursue her. She runs away. We try to follow her, across the rooftops and stuff like that of the city that we were in, but we lose track of her, and so we go back to the ship to basically talk to Melchior and be like, what the fuck just happened?
At which point
Yeah.
Melchior explained her history at the time, what she had learned from the Izanagi while she was studying their ruins here, the actual nature of the shadow beings, all things that he learned from her inscribing her knowledge on his fucking armor, and expressed a desire to, at the very least, give her the opportunity to use that knowledge that she had learned in a more positive fashion now that she had finally been kind of jarred out of things. Because the process of splitting her soul in half had also resulted in some corruption towards her. She wasn't necessarily sane at the time. The party very reluctantly agrees. Melchior takes them to the facility that Irakis' other half was in. And Kafka gets a bit of catharsis in by getting to destroy her actual body and reunite her soul in the construct.
And don't worry, don't forget, before we actually went there, we were basically like, okay, what are we gonna do with the shadow person and the cultist? and that was a
I believe
pretty
at that point you'd already executed them. I can't remember.
no. The shadow person was basically like, "All right, well, I don't have any quarrel with you guys, and I kind of just want to leave." And Nissa was basically like, "No, you're part of them. You caused all of this." Basically,
Yeah.
executed the shadow guy. Everyone was like, "What the hell is going on? What the hell did you do that for?" Right? And then
Casper was livid.
yes,
Well, no,
but
no,
the
yeah,
thing,
he's
the
pretty mad.
Yeah, he was pretty mad. The thing that set Casper over the edge, and well, I guess to a certain degree everyone else as well, was that the cultist was like basically like an 18-year-old farm girl, effectively. She had just gotten back from the Astral Sea. She was like basically freaking out and stuff like that, right? But she was also now tied up on a ship. She had just seen the shadow person get executed, and Nissa was ready to execute to execute her as well for her involvement in all of this going down. Because, like, the cult and Iroquois and stuff like that, they had, kidnapped and tortured, so to speak, all of us, really, had done this to Kafka and had effectively almost, like, made Nissa give up a large part of herself to a Fae just for the chance to, get out of the situation alive. And so, with all this, like, cost, really, she was angry. She was so angry at the cult and everyone who was involved. And so, when everyone was basically saying, "Okay, well, what do we do with the cultist lady, right?" And like arguing and stuff like that, Nissa just took it upon herself, shot
And,
the
like,
shot
she
the girl
was
in her head.
begging for her life.
Yes, she was. She was begging for her life, and Nissa executed her.
Like, at this point, Nissa's been through so much that her morality, or at least what was there, had been buried.
Pretty much.
Like
Pretty
we
much
said,
exactly what it is.
We are a very vengeful party.
Yes.
Yeah.
But even that was crossing a line with not only Casper, but I think like most people at that point.
Yeah.
Like, it was unequivocally, like, the wrong thing to do in that situation. And even for a vengeful party, like, it was a hostage begging for life. And she had just, someone who's young, obviously stupid, just so much
Got
going
tied
on.
up in the wrong thing.
Yeah. And I believe this is where Casper leaves the party after this.
Yes.
It was,
He's
yes.
like, yep. Not getting involved in that shit. And then basically just went back to Georgia and picked up Celeste, who had learned a lot.
Yeah.
More or
I mean,
less.
yeah. And real quick, just a quick thing. The Pillar of Want was actually where Iroquois' body was, in an Izanagi facility deep under the ocean. And so after we reunited Iroquois' soul, we also claimed the pillar for ourselves, and thus we had our second pillar.
A
Then we went back to
Check on.
We set Iroquois onto rebuilding the Ebon Isles while we were gone, which would come out in handy later on down the line.
But in general, seems like a bit of a bittersweet victory.
indeed.
And that's the second pillar at the very least.
Indeed.
All right, 3 more to go.
With how it accelerates, do you think we, especially because it's at the end of this arc, do you think we can finish the rest in another stream?
Oh God.
Hmm.
I don't know. There was a lot of shit that happened at Etria. I think we could probably, make the one day's war pretty fast, but Etria's gonna take a while.
Worst case, we can try to split it up into, I don't know, multiple days maybe. Because
To be fair, 3 and 4 are very, very close together.
Yeah.
Yes.
After Etria, we get Krenos's one pretty fast after that.
Yeah.
Like, it took us like all of 2 sessions to get to the other one.
see, it's the thing after that that's caused by getting that pillar that is also another huge thing. And it's only
Yes.
after
Yeah,
that. Yeah. So for people who wondering why I'm quiet, it's because I don't show up until after they get the next two pillars.
Yeah, she
after
shows
the
up
fourth
after Pillar
pillar.
4.
After pillar 4.
Do we get Crystal, who again, does provide some positive character development for the group. But until then, I don't really have much to say. I'm hearing this pretty much new as much as you all are.
I at least want to tell my favorite use of my favorite spell.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, like, get to that point. Oh,
Okay.
Would that take too long?
So
Which
one
one
thing.
now?
Which point is it?
It was when he used Wall of Force and completely shut down the entire encounter.
Oh,
That-
that was before the Illithids. So
Yeah, that was right
Yeah.
before the one day.
So that's
war.
after Etria.
Yeah, that's after Etria. So
It's
it's gonna be a while. Yeah.
Damn.
Etria was a lot. Etria was actually a lot.
Yeah.
Just looking at it,
like-
go on.
It was good. It was really good. Don't get me wrong. But like a lot happened there.
Oh yeah.
We got to talk about the moon. We got to talk about the flooding, the
Yeah.
airplanes there.
The
We have
moon,
to
the
talk about
flooding, the airplane.
D3.
D3, Ginkgo, or I guess retrofitted to.
Ginkgo and
the-
D3 are pretty much the same storyline.
Well, yes.
The bullet piercing armor that we had to deal with. Yeah,
Uh,
to shoot
we
the
gotta
right
mention
shield
that.
with the right ammo.
yeah, that was for like 2 sessions though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it still
but like,
sucked.
but no. Also, of course, then Nissa's whole thing with Dagon and Saskia and Gil and Nadia.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
then,
we should
go to
probably.
the Far Realms.
Yeah, considering
We
Ed.
have to bring out the History Eater at that point too.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
true. Oh god, there's so
yeah.
much that happened on Etria.
Yeah, so maybe we should stop it here because we're already nearly at 5 hours, and we'll start at an earlier time next time we do this.
Yeah, that
uh-huh.
sounds like a plan.
That sounds like a plan.
I don't know, like maybe like either Tuesday or Wednesday or something.
Yeah, I'm free
We'll
all
see.
week.
It's
Just-
literally going to take us 2 sessions to wrap up our entire history into a package.
Yeah,
Who's
In
before
fucking
preparation
watch
for
all
this
this?
week.
Hmm.
Oh god.
God.
What madman is going to sit down and listen to us rattle on about this for 10 hours?
God. Well, I guess
You
we'll
would be
see.
surprised.
I
You
mean,
would be
we,
very surprised.
like we still have 28 viewers, by the way. This is more than I usually have on any of my normal streams. We got people listening. I mean, to be fair, it's a really thrilling story, even as haphazard as the storytelling kind of is. But yeah, so
We would be here for like a year if we got really, really specific.
I mean, at that point, like,
Nah.
you just actually recreate the sessions or something. God.
Yeah, pretty much. We'd
Uh,
basically be Vox Machinaing the whole thing. God.
Also, to be
God.
fair, pretty much everything up through the Ericus arc is purely out of memory. But Etria
Yeah.
is fairly fresh, so we're going off of much more clearly remembered stuff now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like ancient history, and coming up is going to be much, much, much less ancient history.
Yes.
We've gone from the classical era to the Renaissance.
Yay.
In fact, I would think that Etria would be a pretty good place to place Renaissance, quote unquote, for us.
Yeah, I could see it.
I'll have character changes. But yeah, I think I'm good to end it here just because, like, we got a lot to do. We're 5 hours in.
Best. It's probably for the best.
I did not expect whenever I arrived here that I would be here for the next 5 hours.
Why not? Did you really think that the recap of the entire goddamn campaign would be only like an hour?
No,
or something?
I figured you would be splitting it up a lot more.
I mean,
Oh,
to be
yeah.
fair, yeah, that makes sense. Which we're going to do now. We're going to be smarter, and we're going to split it up. From the sound of it, Etria can probably be its own stream, and then the rest of everything
Yes.
can be split into the next one.
Yes.
It's
think it
going to be a
could.
significant portion of the stream, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
All right.
At the very least.
We'll figure it out then. We'll math out how much is of that content compares to what's left. Because we do still
Yeah.
have a significant portion, because we did complete like 2 arcs. Although one of them was really big, and then the next one after that was a little bit smaller, just because it was supposed to be a vacation arc that went horribly wrong.
Yeah,
Again.
again, of course.
We never get a break.
We never get a break.
One in-character joke I made is that every time Questal goes with them anywhere, some ancient evil rises up, and that she doesn't want to visit any small villages for fear that they wouldn't exist the next day.
To be fair, the first ancient evil we unleashed was just before we met you.
I mean, yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
specifically when you go anywhere is what Questal is saying. It feels like you started to, like, the moment you unleashed your first ancient evil, it just kind of went downhill from there, and you just kind of do
I
it
don't
wherever
know.
you
The
go.
first ancient evil we unleashed was Etreus. We'd unleashed
Yeah.
like 3 ancient evils by the time we met you.
Yeah. There's a lot of ancient evils.
A lot of ancient
God damn it.
evils.
God
But
damn it.
we'll get to
This
that.
happened to us.
God.
It's kind of a habit of ours. We unleash ancient evils, then we go and beat them up to solve the problem that we caused. It's job security.
yeah, especially because you,
Security.
especially because you have gotten paid for at least the second one.
We're
No,
getting
he's the
paid
third.
for our own fuck up.
Oh, he's the third.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. I thought Zalk was the third.
No.
No,
Oh,
Zalk is like the 4th.
Oh my god. Okay, well, okay, fine. You get paid for the third ancient evil, okay, and it was a healthy amount too. Well, I mean, it's just like typically the ancient evils to
Rude.
BBEG. We just have a lot of ancient evils to deal with.
Yeah.
They're all BBEGs. I mean, bear in mind, we still want to blow up Dagon at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We literally had some come up and was like, "Hey, want to help me kill my dad?" Slash, we'll get to that later. By the way, we'll explain
Yeah,
that
we'll
line
get to
later. I'm literally just gonna name the next stream. We'll get to it later. God.
Oh,
I just
Jesus.
going through all this just reminds me of if we were actually our characters, how much of a fucking wild fucking ride this is. You just
I
go
mean-
from normal country bumpkin living their life to yeah, we slayed a god on Tuesday.
Everyone
We
would need
unleashed another
therapy.
one on
Yeah,
Friday.
bear in mind, right?
Looking back at this when all is said and done is going to be wild for us.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Like, bear in mind, right? Right now, like, where we are, like, in our current day sessions, right? This is only 9 months after the campaign started. We've done
Yeah.
all of this in 9 months!
Oh yeah, the timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the stuff.
fact-
Go.
This point here that we've reached is only like 2 months into the entire thing.
Closer to
Yeah.
3, I think.
God.
Yeah.
And
We did a lot of travel around this point.
Yeah, traveling definitely adds time, and I will say specifically. So, who here remembers what I said about Questal at the beginning? Inheritor of the arcane ignition, turning into a dragon. Freaking helps kill a death. That happened in a month. She's been with the crew for a month, a little bit over by
Yeah.
this point. Kurt Sessions.
Yeah.
She's gone through a
Yeah.
lot.
We
And-
don't really have time to process anything.
No, there's a reason Nissa was so goddamn stressed for most of it.
Oh yeah, and that's why Celeste is gonna make a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, because Celeste is writing a book about it, which
Yep.
he promised a dragon that he'd give to for benefits, and the dragon's like, "All right, you do it, but Turby, if you mess up, I'll turn you into a kobold." But we'll get to that later too. Don't
Yeah,
worry
it's
about
true.
it.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
When did that
when does
happen?
that happen? That happened.
That was before Etria, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's next.
All right, we can start with that then.
Well,
So
no, basically we went home to Sarconia for a vacation. It was a pretty like whatever vacation, like an actual vacation for a day or two.
Yeah, it was just stop in, grab supplies.
Yeah, say
fun
hello.
things.
Cause complete culture shock to the people because there's snake people and stuff like that and flying ships.
Make fun about staying in Nissa's hole.
Yeah, and then that was when Nissa got the favor cash in from Gallus, and telling us to go to Etria. At which point, on the road to Etria, it was Pen came up and got Celeste.
Yes, Celeste
Contact.
took a level of Warlock and promised a portion of his book deal sales for power.
But yeah,
God, our story is fucking insane.
yeah,
God.
absolutely.
But that was also to turn him back into an Ankiran.
What was the
Oh,
point that we killed the demon lord? Was that just before our trip to the far realms? I can't remember anymore.
It all blends.
Uh,
Melkir's
Oh
gonna.
no, that
God.
no. Killing Tharzax was when we were taking a car to like the D3 thing, finding out from Kafka that the ship was under attack, and that we found out that it was Tharzax's demons working alongside Dagon.
All right.
And so we basically like, yeah, we invaded the Drilla's hive and fucked up
You
Tharzax.
invade us, we invade you back.
Mhm.
don't touch our shit.
Oh, hey, look, vengeance, it returns.
It's true.
God, freaking. Again, I'm just imagining in the future because, again, we'll get to this later, but Melkor, like, now knows the formula to immortality and not only knows it, but improved it because he realized it had flaws. So that was even more efficient. So he's gonna be, like, in the next campaign, 300 years in the future, like, all of his kids are gonna be like, hey, what's your dad's lore? And it's just, I mean, I can get you, like, a book. This is, so, you know how thick, like, you know, yellow books are? It's just looking, hey, why does this say volume 1? It's volume 1.
Yeah.
No. Well, that's funny that you would say that, because, like, kind of Celeste's plan is to semi-retire after this. After, like, getting the book out there and it just sells and makes money.
He'd be
He's
able
gonna
to.
kind of... Oh, yeah, he's gonna just kind of retire, so he might end up having kids with his girlfriend.
Yeah,
And
except
it's
they'll all
like, hey,
be...
Dad, what did you do? Here,
Yeah.
I wrote this book about what I did when I was
Well,
24.
At this point, you're
Volume 1.
recreating the Silmarillion.
Volume
I-
1 out of how many? Oh, 33 or so. And they're all this thick? Actually, some of them are thicker. What?
Yeah, there's one for each arc. It's like, so when does it explain why you used to be a dog? And it's like, Shrek. Because again, Celeste plans to become an Izanagi himself and just be one to use the gauntlets forever.
I'm looking forward to bringing out the Doomwheel Mark II and running over that knoll in the next place.
Oh,
my
God, that was
God.
so good.
Oh, yeah.
That was so fucking good. Oh, God.
That's
All
Don't
right.
get to that.
We're gonna be here reminiscing forever, so I'll just pull the plug here because there's still so much to get into. So
Barely touched the tip of the iceberg.
God, yeah. So thank you all so much for coming to watch. We greatly appreciate it. If you liked what you saw, be ready because we're gonna do this. Let's plan for Wednesday, I'd say.
Okay.
I don't know when on Wednesday, but early Wednesday. We're not doing this at 8 p.m. CST anymore. We do not have the time. We're doing
How
it
early is early for you? Like,
How-
what are you doing this like at noon or?
We can either do it normal session time or whatever works as early as for everyone here. So I'll ask everyone.
Schedule.
Yeah, I'll ask everyone, and we'll figure out what the best thing is. But let's see, if we plan for 6 hours at latest, let's start at freaking 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah,
That should work for me.
Yep. And then people, when we do actually stream this, it'll be on Saturday at noon, and Yumi will have her own channel to stream it on, so you can go watch it there. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see you on Wednesday. I'm gonna go, I don't know, do something else and just let everything sink in, because a lot of this is new to me.
Hopefully, we'll actually have gotten this tale done by then. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. God. All right.
Well, I think at most it'll be like two more sessions of this.
Yeah, but worst case scenario, we'll do
Oh,
this.
Only 12 more hours.
Only 12 more hours. Yeah.
18 hours altogether. You could get that. in a
Nah, it's
weekend.
not bad at all.
That's
No,
not bad.
I regret not, but yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I never really believed Raya when she said it was going to take like a very long time. I'm like, it'll be fine. We can just skim through it.
We
I
are
mean-
skimming through it.
Yeah. God.
Whittler!
Yeah, this is brushing over a lot of details. The only important thing is it does like show the character developments and all. It's just, man, I completely underestimated how long this would take. God.
Yeah, I told you. There's a reason my retelling with G-Talk and Magical was like 23 hours.
I
And
thought
we
you were
only
just-
are halfway through the Kratos arc.
I just thought you were a bad storyteller.
Excuse me?
Oh, hey, Moo. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We're just about to stop because we've been here a while. All right, I'm gonna actually press stop now. All right, bye everyone. Talk to you
What
later.
do you mean I'm a bad storyteller? What
And
the
you just start.
fuck?
Bye.